So I'm entitling this video, I'm going to be talking about being honest. Sorry about the zooming in here. This thing is super sensitive. I'm going to be talking about just being honest. When you start off a court case in family court, you got to be honest about a few different things. You got to be honest with yourself. Like, if you've been not trying to fight, letting the other side bully, manipulate you, you're in denial about what's going on. You just got to be honest about everything. And then you got to act accordingly. So, if you, a lot of people, they're not honest about the reality of where they're at. They're not honest about what's going on with the court system, what the court system does, how they operate, and stuff like that. So, what I'm talking about is, when I talk with people and I deal with people, they don't want to admit that they screwed up. They don't want to admit that, they want somebody else to fix what the problem is. They want the lawyer to fix it. They want a guardian ad litem to do the right thing. They want a judge to do what's right and just and keep their oath. Being honest about the reality of the real world, that's one thing that a lot of people don't do also. So this is why I'm not going to reach or help everybody. Not everybody can be saved in any area of life. Some people, they don't want to look out for their own health. Some people want to keep smoking. Some people want to keep drinking or doing whatever, or don't want to go to rehab, they just want to have the convenience. You can't save them. Some people want to eat sugar all the time, even though they're diabetic, and they're not thinking about their kids that they're going to leave behind if they die too soon or whatever. So in court, you're not going to have people are just going to wish, there's a lot of guys out there, they easily made a bunch of kids. They easily and conveniently had sex with a bunch of women and had a bunch of kids carelessly. So that's usually not the type of person who's going to want to put up a fight, want to diligently study or learn the laws or stand up to somebody who's trying to do them in. Some guys got to be honest that they're just being soft or cowardly. Some guys got to be honest that, and once you're honest, just like in things like AA or whatever, Alcoholics Anonymous or whatever, once you're honest, then you can just deal with reality. I got a problem, or I'm struggling, or I made a mistake, or I screwed up. The average human being isn't going to beat somebody up, and I'm not going to do it either. I'm not here, despite some of my harsh videos, I'm not here to get somebody to call me so that I could beat them up verbally and talk about everything they did wrong. A lot of times when people come to me and they're humble about what they did, like, look, man, I screwed up. I haven't been fighting for my kid. I was scared. I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I would hope I was wishing and hoping that the mother would just go away and everything would just go away and disappear. But once you realize the reality of the situation, that nobody's going away, the court system is going to do what it's going to do. The court system is anti-father, and you have to fight the court system, and you have to fix it. Now, you're not going to fix the court system, but you got to fix your situation by fighting the right way, getting on the offensive, and doing what it takes. And there's other people who are dishonest. All they want to do is say, well, James got lucky, or James had it easy, and James is up here just bashing us. The guy's got to be honest about them being overly sensitive or having thin skin. They don't like me saying, hey, look, man, you got to fight. Because the reality of it is, just like anything else in life, if you want to be in shape, if you want to be a bodybuilder, you're going to have to, or you want to be a world-class athlete, or you want to be a doctor, you're going to have to go through hell, through medical school, right? You cannot say, I want to be this at the end, and I don't have to go through all these steps. The only thing I've seen work in a fight, in a custody battle in court, is for dads to get on the offensive, and some moms who are dealing with a narcissistic parent. You get on the offensive, you go to war, and you set aside your expectations that this is going to be easy, that I could keep my normal life for the next year. Like once you get served divorce papers, custody papers, paternity papers, child support papers, a restraining order, my life is not going to be the same for the next year. I have to drop everything for the sake of my kid or kids. You have to be honest with yourself about that. If you're not going to be honest about that, then you're starting from a fake, phony platform. You're starting from a phony situation where you're going to get creamed because you're not dealing with the reality of the situation. You have to be honest about yourself, but you also have to be honest about the reality of the court system and the reality of it not being fair and it being ugly. And we're in a day and age where, everybody has their turn at being discriminated against and being oppressed and being a second-class human being. At some stage, nerds and kids in schools and classes, nerdy kids at some stage in school get bullied, and that's not fair. And, they grow up and sometimes the bully ends up being a dork, or the bully ends up being homeless, or something crazy happens. So, either way, of course, black people had their horrific period of time. Women had to go through women's suffrage to get where they're at. Women, they got the court system wrapped around their finger, right? And so before that, they didn't have it easy. And so men are getting the shaft now, of course, right? So now that men are getting the shaft, sorry, I'm looking around. I'm trying to take somebody's plate down. They just almost killed somebody out where I'm at. But now men are getting the shaft, but they think that it should just all go away and everything should just be better, and things should be fixed just because they should be fixed, just because you feel like you shouldn't be going through what you're going through. Well, the reality of life is that there's always going to be somebody who gets shafted, screwed, gets the runaround, is treated like a second-class citizen or person. And, that's just life. So once we get past the reality of all that stuff, now we can start dealing with the reality. Okay, the courts, you got to realize, okay, for the next year in a court battle, I'm going to be going through hell. Now, if you had a kid with a crazy woman and you know that you did, then that kind of helps deal. It doesn't make things better. It kind of helps deal with, look, I made a mistake. I had a kid with a crazy woman, okay? My child should not suffer, or my kids should not suffer because I had a kid with a crazy woman, okay? So I got to fight for my kid. I got to rescue my kid from the bad situation. I set up the scenario. I brought a kid into this world. And so I don't get to quit on my kid. I don't get to say, okay, forget it. I don't have to fight because I shouldn't have to. You brought this kid into the world. You're the one who had the kid with the crazy person. So you got to own that a little bit. You're the parent. You created the child. You got to kind of own that. So once we get all that stuff cleared away, once we realize, okay, I got to set aside part of my life to fight for my kid, and I got to rescue my kid from this crazy person, suicidal maniac, alcoholic, whatever your baby's mom is, okay? Now that you're honest, now you also got to be honest about, okay, I'm scared, it's scary, it's intimidating, the court system sucks, but what else do I have to do in life? What else is more important than fighting for my kid? What else do I need to do outside of go to work and eat and get some fresh air, do something for my own mental health or whatever? Outside of that, you got nothing else to do in your life. So, another point of honesty, the pain and suffering that you're going to have to go through by fighting right now, by going through a little bit of hell in order to get, control, custody of your kid, joint decision making, so the crazy parent doesn't have all the decision making. I'm going to have to go through a little bit of hell for a while. But especially if you have a kid who's an infant or a toddler who doesn't know anything about the parental conflict, thankfully, my baby's mom started off the craziness right from the jump when my daughter was oblivious to it. Now, my daughter still had some repercussions later on in life. She had an abandoning mother. And so she has some issues from that, okay? As any kid would. After I got full custody, the mother just went the other extreme. It's crazy. She was fighting for me to be barely involved in my kid's life. And then she goes the other way and flips around and proposes that I have custody after I beat the snot out of her over and over again. And then she abandons her. But then she drags me into court over and over again for some stupid stuff. A relocation case that lasted a year and a half. She tried to get me found in contempt and do restraining orders because I served her paperwork at her home instead of going through a lawyer, as if that warrants a restraining order, which is crazy. And she lost at most of that stuff. My baby's mom never won anything significant. She probably spent at least $20,000 on attorneys, maybe $30,000, maybe more. That's the bare minimum is a good $20,000 that she spent, or that she owes them. And she got nothing for it. But fortunately, my daughter was an infant when we first went to court, so she was oblivious to all the ugliness. So some of you got it where your kids are being manipulated by the mother or an alienating parent that's coaching them or whatever. So, that's really unfortunate and screwy. But you have to decide, I'm setting aside my life for my kid for a year now. And you just got to be honest. So, a lot of times when people are dealing with me, you got to be honest in this area where it's like, look, I don't know everything. There is no easy, quickie answer. I have to get some help. Just like an alcoholic, I need some help. I can't do this on my own. I need some help. A whole bunch of people want to text me, email me, and send me quickie questions and say, hey, I don't know how to do my trial. Or what should I do for this? Or what should I do for that? And I have no idea the details of your situation. The only way I can assess it is if we got a full consultation, but you don't want to do that. You want a quick and easy answer, and you're unrealistic about the reality of the situation. This thing is a war. You're going through a full-blown war. You cannot go get into a war and have you can't get into a war and have like 2 days of training or boot camp or whatever. That'd be unrealistic. A soldier says, oh, I went and did some jumping jacks. I'm ready to go off to war. You don't know how to assemble and disassemble your gun. You don't know the first thing about combat, in the middle of the desert or rugged terrain. So, if you're dealing with the honesty, the reality of you need help, and you might need even more than one consultation with me, then, this isn't going to change probably. But I had people all week long this week. it was a really slow week for me because most people were canceling on me, being a no-show, changing their time if they had a consultation. And then other people were like, what does a consultation entail? What can you do for me? Prove it to me. So in order to do that, I would have people like want a full free consultation for me to answer a whole bunch of questions to prove that if we did a consultation, I would give them something they need. That's what the consultation is for. Like, you can't go to a doctor's office and talk to the doctor and say, hey, look, I might need some help. I might need some treatment. And you go to the doctor's office and you get a free consultation with them. And you sit in their office for a couple hours and you talk to them all this time and say, you know what? You kind of answered all my questions. I don't really need an appointment with you. And then you leave. You just had what amounts to an appointment. I got all kinds of people who want to text me all day long and send me their story, and you have no self-awareness. I'm a total stranger. I don't know you. Even if I had a consult with you, I have people who follow up. They feel entitled to just talk to me like I'm their buddy on and on and on, again and again for free, and send me a text. Hey, what is it about that one thing that you said? Or what is about this thing? Or, you know, I had somebody say, hey, I'm writing a declaration. What should I put in it? I'm like, first of all, I don't know you. I don't have your phone number memorized. I don't manage cases. If I was going to manage a case, I would have to get a big fat retainer like an attorney for $2,000 or $3,000, the way people want to be able to just text me every single day and ask me questions and follow up and just send me stuff and say, hey, here, take a look at this. Some of you guys got to have some self-awareness. You're acting like a baby. You want to be babied without any responsibility. You have to learn this stuff. And if you haven't grasped stuff, or you don't take advantage of a consultation, or you walk away from a consultation, you don't understand stuff. You know what you do in a class when you don't understand something? You get some tutoring. You go to class again and you ask questions. You don't get to do stuff outside of class or outside of a tutor or outside of that. And I guess you could do research on your own, but you don't get to just walk it over to the professor's house and find where he lives and knock on his door in the middle of dinner and say, hey, I need to talk to you. I didn't get that lecture that you did. You have to do it within the parameters that are set up. The only parameters I have set up is to do consultations. I don't understand how people don't get that. When I had a mentor, see, everything I talked to you guys about, I do myself. The guys who mentored me, I had several appointments with them. I didn't say, oh, I don't get this. Let me call the guy, and then he'll do a bunch of free talking to me on his own free time. I respected the fact that I had to pay for their time, and I was going to learn something new. Now, I didn't learn a whole lot. I tell you guys 100 times the stuff that I learned. I tell you 100 times more stuff for free. And people still get mad that I charge for appointments. Or that detailed, precise, strategic. That's another thing people need to be honest about. You cannot watch my videos and just without doing a whole bunch of deep research on your own outside. I have people who've done deep research outside my own and put forth a whole bunch of effort. You cannot just watch my videos only and not do any research or work yourself and be a scholar on top of this. There are a million different scenarios. Go look at a law library. It's filled with books upon shelves with books and more books. You cannot just watch my videos and absorb stuff and not go look the stuff up yourself and read it and research it. But if you get a consultation with me, we could talk about the specific situations of your specific case and specific scenario in your specific state and precisely pin down stuff that you need to do in your case. Some stuff that I talk about on video might kind of apply to you. Like you might watch my video on Troxel versus Granville, your constitutional right. And they're trying to basically terminate your parental rights. So you would talk about you're taking them away and violating Troxel versus Granville. Or you might use it because they're assuming that you're an alcoholic, so they're suspending your visitation until you get treatment, until you get assessment. They're supposed to start with the presumption that you're acting in the best interest of the child because you haven't been found to be unfit. Troxel versus Granville might apply to you differently. So when you find out something from me, a lot of times different things apply to different people, and everybody has different scenarios and different facts in their case. You have to be honest about this stuff so you can say, look, I didn't get everything from James's first appointment, or I'm confused, or I have a new scenario. I can't just text James every single day for the next month and just take his free time and pull him away from everything that he's doing and just think he's just going to answer me for free. You know, people talk about what an a-hole I am and all this other stuff. The people who get offended at me talking in general about sissy guys who don't want to fight for their kids, which is a problem. People get mad at me for saying that, and I didn't put your name out there. I didn't put your address. I didn't say, hey, everybody, go visit this guy and go protest his home. They get triggered and they go out of their way to attack me because they were butthurt about my video. If my video is not talking about you, you can ignore that. If I watch a video from David Goggins saying stop being a pussy, stop being a bitch, and be a real man and stuff, I could look at areas of my life where I was scared or I was lazy, and I say, okay, that was me. Or if he's not talking about me in areas I'm diligent in my life, I can say, okay, well, he's not talking about me. That's funny, and I won't get offended. And that guy's a proven winner in overcoming in life. So I can't say anything about him. First of all, that will hurt him. Second of all, that puts me in a place where I can get mad at him for chewing out guys for being cowards because he went through so much hell. Nobody has an excuse to say I can't win in life or I can't do it. But people want to attack me because of that, because my videos are harsh sometimes, and it's a dose of reality that everybody needs because nothing else has worked except the stuff that I'm talking about. And then people want to attack me and argue with me and say, you don't know what you're talking about, when the biggest problem is guys being lazy, shiftless, or scared and not getting on the offensive. That is the problem. So I'm going to keep addressing it until human nature has changed and a whole bunch of guys decide to start fighting. But I haven't seen it in 23 years. I've studied the history of family court. For 60 years, no man or lawyer has really stood up for men or stood up for himself. So I'm going to keep talking about it because I'm going to be honest about it. And I was scared going to court. I was outnumbered 6-1, 5-1. The judge, the bailiff was treating me bad. My baby's mom was treating me bad. Her sisters were there. Her mom was there. Her mom was there. Just other people were there. Friends were there. They're laughing at me. And I'm walking to court, walking away without my daughter, not really fully losing, but it's still deflating. And it's horrific. And it's oppressing and it's psychological torture to go to family court. But what else am I going to do? Quit on my daughter and leave her and not fight for her? You got to be out of your damn mind if you think I'm going to quit on my daughter because it hurts my feelings to fight for her. Or it's inconvenient. Or it's really, really hard. And they're really, really attacking me. And they're really, really oppressing me. Now, I'm not going to crap. I never crap on somebody's feelings or somebody having hopelessness. Having the feeling of that is a reality that comes with it. But what are you going to do with it? What is every great epic movie about a comeback or somebody defeating a challenge and stuff? That's life. We all of a sudden think because this hurts my feelings and my kids are taken away from me and all this other stuff that I don't have to do what it takes to overcome this. I don't have to put extra effort for it. I mean, you do. That's the reality of it. There's no in between on this. You have to fight for your kids. You either go all out and fight or you quit. Anything in between or anything that's halfway between all out and a little bit, or all out and doing nothing, anything short of fighting all out and doing everything you can for your kid is half-assed and is a loser strategy. The end. Because if you're half-assing it, just think about a football game. If you're half-assing things in a football game, or let's say one half of the offensive line isn't blocking and the other half is, the quarterback's going to get sacked, even though these guys are putting forth effort. You got to put forth effort all the way across the board. The end. Let me see if there's any questions while I'm at it here. There's no quick fix for these type of issues. And I've thought it through now too. Yep. Thanks, James. True men are like Batman. Yeah. So the thing is that The reality of getting on the offensive and going to war is the only way this works. And once you do that, see, think about this. When you play soft, let me see if I need to, this is blurry because my camera is a little fuzzy. Yeah, maybe it was a little dirty. But if you do a half-ass effort of anything, like let's say you do a half-ass effort of working out or of trying to lose weight. I mean, you're going to lose some weight, gain some weight, lose some weight, and you're going to stay in the same spot. Whereas if you take a month aside and you starve yourself, or you only eat raw fruits and vegetables and you walk or you work out, the pain of going through that for a month is going to be so worth it after that month. But the pain of half-assing it is you're going to still be depressed and frustrated that you're not losing weight, and it drags out for a year. If you half-ass your court case, here's the beginning of your court case, here's the end of it. You half-ass your way all the way along. And you're like, let me just wait and see if the mother gets along with me. Let me mediate with her. Let me work with her. Let me kiss her ass. Let me appease her. Let me not go to court and tell the truth. That's another thing you got to be honest about. You got to be honest about what is going on in your case. The mother is abusing there's guys I talk to, the children are suffering. The mother is psychologically abusing the kids or physically abusing the kids. The mother's on drugs. She's got a boyfriend who's violent. All kinds of crazy stuff going on. And they want 50-50. They don't want to get custody and rescue the child away. If you did one of those things that the mother is doing, you would be on supervised visitation. But you don't want to do the same thing to her. You're just like the cops who won't arrest a woman for domestic violence. You're just like the courts who say, I'll give custody to a mom no matter what. You're acting just like them. And yet you're complaining about these people who won't do anything. You won't do anything either, because you have the same pro-mother extra empathy and extra bias for mothers. You are doing the same thing that you're complaining about. So let's get honest. The mother's a mentally ill child abuser, torturing the children and psychologically abusing them, which traumatizes them and sets them up for all kinds of depression, anxiety, mental illnesses later on in life. Causes them to suffer in school, causes them to struggle in life, causes them to go out and do drugs because of all the stress, that the anxiety they deal with their home life. So if the mother's inflicting that on them, you need to stop that. What's the best way to stop it? Take the kids away from that scenario. Rescue the kids from that scenario. Why would you not rescue the kids from a dangerous situation? Your kids are in danger. The court's supposed to do what's the very best for them and do the best interest. You want what's best for your kids. But then, you wouldn't let a total stranger harass your kids. You wouldn't let your kid be bullied at school without any consequences. You wouldn't let your kid be out of daycare and they keep getting injured, and you would pull them out of that daycare. You wouldn't let a sports coach slap your kid around or overly abuse them. You know, you might let a coach chew them out, toughen them up and stuff like that. But you may not let a coach do what Bobby Knight did, punch a player in practice, or choke a player, whatever he did, I forget. Why are you letting the mother do it? Let's be honest, why? Why are you letting the mother do stuff to your kid that you would never let anybody else in life do it? Because you have this mother bias that the court has that you're complaining about. You have this female bias that the cops have where they won't arrest her for violating your protection order. Why are you tolerating this? Because you're scared of the mom. She controlled you. She had you henpecked. Or you're a soft little pussy. And you need to stop that. You brought kids into this world. You brought kids into the situation that they're in. It's not good for them. And you're just going to let it keep happening. You're going to have to man up and do something about it. They're your kids. They're not grown folks. And a lot of guys, one of the biggest pussy excuses I've ever seen anybody have for not fighting for their kids. Guys will say, Oh, well, when the kids get older, they'll realize who really cared about them. They might be brainwashed and totally gone by then, or strung out on drugs or an alcoholic, because you were such a pussy and a coward. You didn't rescue them right there and then when they're 5, 7, or 10 and being brainwashed against you by the mom. And then she got full custody. And then she married a guy who molested one of your daughters or whatever. That's your fault. Now, if you go all out and try and fight and you get screwed in court, at least you can live with yourself that you tried. But I'm telling you, 90% of the time when guys get on the offensive and grow some balls and do what I'm talking about, 90% of them get a positive result that's way better than the other guys who don't fight, who don't get on the offensive, who don't go to war, who don't call out the mother, who don't attack the other side, who don't tell a judge, oh, well, this was going to happen, or who don't tell a judge, you're violating your obligation to rescue the children from an abusive situation. If something happens to them, their blood is on your hands. If you do something with this scenario, and you have a duty of care. I need to do a video on the phrase duty of care. Keep forgetting about that one. You have a duty of care and allegiance to the child and make sure this child is in the best scenario possible. It's impossible that it's good for the child and children to be in a home with an alien or a toxic person, somebody who does this and that, whatever the mother's doing, suicidal maniac, whatever. Has an OnlyFans and have dudes, have thirsty, desperate, perverted dudes come to her door and stalking her and following her, and my kids are in that house. She's in the underworld of prostitution, which is a dangerous world. If you leave the children in her care and her decision-making, then you are endangering the children. If you violate the statistics and all the science that's available telling us it's dangerous for children to not have a father intimately involved, then you're endangering them. I give this scenario also. Think about a judge, and there's a CPS case, and they have one family over here and one family over here to play. Let's say they take kids away from a crackhead, like a crackhead mom who had a kid with a crackhead dude. So they have to take the kid away, or the kids away. And you have this home, which is maybe in the inner city, where there's a bunch of violence and maybe gangbanging, or it's a mafia infiltrated area, and there's a lot of drug dealing, and there's 100 murders a month in that. Like, let's say it's a crazy city like Chicago or something like that. So they could place the children in this foster home here in this dangerous inner city area, or a part of town that's really dangerous for whatever reason. And the schools are dilapidated. It's dangerous going to school. One kid gets killed every year at the middle school, and 5 kids get killed at the high school, or whatever, or beat up. Hundreds of kids get beat up. So you have that town, and then you have another town over here where they could place the children in this rural area where they've had one murder in 10 years in that county. It's kind of out in the suburbs, almost near farmland. All the kids are A students. There's no crime. People leave their door unlocked. It's a community, family-oriented environment. That judge, and I would give a judge, if I had time in an argument, I would say, Your Honor, you would be crazy to place a foster care child into a foster home with this scenario compared to this, because this home is at risk for all kinds of dangers. This home is not, or there's barely any risk. So right in front of you, we have a home with a single mother home, or a home or a scenario with 50-50. You have every other weekend for the dad over here, then you have 50-50 or custody of the dad over here. This is a totally at risk according to all the stats and the data and the science. This says the children will thrive just as well as if the family was intact. You would be crazy not to pick this one. And you have a duty of care to place the children in the right situation, not just for the child's sake, but for society's sake, so this child does not turn out to be a juvenile delinquent or a menace to society. You have a duty of care and responsibility to the people you serve who pay your taxes. You have a duty to place this child in the best case scenario where they can thrive the best. And if you give a typical every other weekend parenting plan and I'm an every other weekend visitor, that's automatic. The kids are going to suffer some mental health issues, some neglect issues, feeling abandonment, suffer, identity crisis and all this stuff, way more. You're endangering the child and you're setting them up for this experiment of, life as a millennial child without a father involved. You're automatically setting them up for that. If the courts would place kids with dads more, you could empty the prisons. But maybe you don't want that because it's a for-profit prison system. The only reason you wouldn't place the children with this father, here I am willing and available to be involved in the children's life. The only reason you wouldn't place the children with me is either because you're sexist and you're bigoted, just like the Jim Crow South was bigoted against black people. Now you're bigoted against men. Don't be like that, Your Honor. I would hope this court isn't like that. If you want to be nice and kiss ass and you're worried about hurting a judge's feelings, you could put some sugar on top like that. Don't be a judge like that, Your Honor. Don't do that. This isn't about me versus the mother as much as it is about what's best for the children. See all these things that I'm saying right now? These are the type of things you will get out of a consultation with me that you won't get anywhere else, and you'll get it in more detail, and it'll be specifically catered to your situation. But people don't want to get a consult. They want to get some free information. They want to text me here and text me there, and I say, look, man, I don't do free consultations. Okay, well, what do you think about this? I just got done telling you I don't do free consultations via text message. I can't possibly do that. It's impossible. I guess I should do a video on people listening too. I had a female client. She did a consult with me. And she goes, people don't listen nowadays. That's why I'm just sitting here listening and absorbing what you're saying. I was amazed because all week long, I had people who weren't listening to me. I had a guy who he told me about his court hearing, and I asked him, what did your attorney say? And he said, not much. And then he moved on and started I said, well, wait a minute. I need to know exactly what your attorney said at the hearing so we can address this. You're accused of this. The mother's attorney said this. And then he started lying to me from the beginning. He was like, oh, we didn't have a hearing. Nobody talked. And then he said, the mother's attorney said this. If the mother's attorney said something, then you did talk. So I need to clarify. I said, dude, I need you to tell me what happened. I can't have you tell me something different than what actually happened. I'm sitting here working with you, so I need to know what actually happened. So if you tell me something different and I give you advice or information on how to deal with that, I'm telling you advice on, like, if you have diabetes but you tell me you have a disease that you need to be carved up for or something like that, and I'm a doctor who prescribes you a diet with a bunch of carbs in there, which would turn into sugar, you just gave me the wrong thing for me to give advice to you, so I'm gonna screw up the information. You're gonna be worse off. So people got to accurately tell me what's going on. So when I'm doing a consult, I will say, well, wait a minute, we need to clarify what exactly happened here. So I asked the guy, what did your attorney say? He said, not much. And then he went off on a tangent. And I said, wait a minute, let's go back. Because he started talking about something else. I'm like, okay, I need to get the foundation now. What did your attorney actually say? Oh, not much. And then I had to jump. And I said, dude, I got to jump in. I need a quote of the actual words that your attorney actually said in court. And he started cussing me out like, you're cutting me off. I can't handle this. And blah, blah, blah. And he's getting rattled because he had his mind made up that he's going to go down this road and tell me his whole life story in 30 minutes. And we're going to end up at minute 29. And I've seen it before many times. And I don't want to rip people off. When we get to minute 29 and then you're done talking and said, okay, now what do you think, James? I would say, I can't help you with anything because you didn't answer any of my questions and I don't know what's going on in your case. You wanted to dictate and take over if you come to me for a consultation, you need to give me the information that I need so I can help you. But there's some people out there who don't listen and don't want to hear anything. And they just have their mind made up. I'm so sick of the system. I'm just going to call James. I'm just going to blah, blah, blah. I'm just going to do a whole waterfall of whatever I feel like saying instead of let me go get some answers and listen to him and apply those answers. So that's what this guy wanted, it seems like. Because the third time I had to jump in, I said, look, we need to go back. I need to know an answer to my question. It's a very simple question. Why can't you answer the question? I need you to tell me what he said. What did he say? And then he started saying, well, I don't know what was going on. So then tell me you don't know. Like this is insane to me. If you have trouble answering a very simple question, what happened on your case? What do your court orders say? When did the court make that order? You should actually care enough about your case so that you know when the court ordered custody to the mother and every other weekend. I have guys who they can't even think of that. I don't know. I can't remember I said, okay, was it this year? Was it last year? I don't know. Guys will get emotional and then they won't even answer the question. It can't be that bad that you're so emotional that you can't answer. And if you can't answer a question like, when did your court order get put in place? What does your court order give you? Where's the transportation? Where's the visitation exchange site in the court order? Oh, I haven't looked at it in a while. You should have your court order memorized. Do you have your wage memorized for your job? Do you know how much you make an hour? You do, because you care about money, right? So when you work overtime, you know that you should get $30 an hour, time and a half instead of 20, right? How come you don't have a damn clue as to what your own court order says about your visitation with your kid? This is your kid. This is your lifeblood. This is your seed. How come you know your wage for your job and you see your kids regularly and maybe you guys deviated from the parenting plan here and there, but you should still know what the default is in case the mom trips out and doesn't meet you with the kids. And you say, okay, well, I'm going to meet you at the police station now. You won't come to my house? I'll meet you at the police station like the court order says. Why the hell do you not know what your court order says? That's inexcusable. So then when I ask people that, and I say, well, maybe we need to get back together and regroup. It sounds like you don't know your case. Just forget that, that's why I don't want to wait an hour into the consult for an hour and a half consult that you paid for to find out what the hell is going on in your case. Now, most of the time when I ask questions, people are able to answer it. But there's several people who just call me up and don't know jack shit about their case, and they don't care a shit about their case. They don't give a shit about their case enough to actually pay attention. So if you have a problem with me asking you some questions, you're really going to have a problem when you go to court and a judge says, tell me this, and you want to just blah, 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 and go off on a tangent, and you didn't even listen to what he said. That's where you have to be honest too. I have a problem listening. I need to shut the hell up and listen very carefully to what the judge said. Sometimes when people ask you questions, if you let your emotions take over, which is a feminine quality, women are emotional, men are logical. The predominant part of you wants to be logical and organized and goal-oriented, and when you deal with your feelings, you kind of detach and set them aside. If you get so emotional that you can't listen to what somebody says and you can't answer a question, then you need to fix that. I've had guys who've had ADHD or issues where I've talked to them over the phone and I'm answering their questions like, wait a minute, go back and do this. Or I need you to say this. And I said, or kind of the same scenario I'm telling you, where I asked the guy a question, they're like, well, let me tell you about this and that. I say, no, answer my question so we can get down. Because I don't want to screw around. Do you want to screw around? Do you want to screw around and waste time with me or waste time with your court case and just blab and talk about what's wrong with your case? Or do you want answers? If you're broke, do you want to screw around and talk bad about how broke you are? If somebody comes your way and tells you how to double your income or to make more money or get a better job, would you listen to them? If you have a health issue and Big Pharma is giving you some drug that's getting recalled, and there's some nutrient out there that's worked for thousands of other people, wouldn't you listen to them and at least give them a chance and hear them out? So how come you don't want to do this with your own kid? There's a problem that you have, and you have to be honest with yourself. So you got to be honest with yourself. I'm lost. I need help. If I call up James, I'm not calling him up to dominate the conversation and dictate. I need to listen like a student listens to a teacher. Now, there are some people who call me up, and they know as much as me or more than me, or they know how to go find stuff. So then we cut straight to the chase, and it's easier to talk legal mumbo jumbo. But they still have to listen to me when it comes to an area that they don't know. I just had a consult with a guy for 30 minutes earlier today, and he's telling me all this constitutional stuff he found about our social security number and our birth certificate, how the government owns us, and how the court system is a banking institution. And I already knew that part in general, but he was breaking it down even more and in more detail about just how they take our money, they take our Social Security money, and they put it in a retirement fund for the judges, and he was breaking it down in detail. Most of that conversation, I did a lot of listening. So when it's needed, I will listen. If you're telling me details that I need to hear, I will listen. But when I have a question and I'm the teacher and I'm the one who knows, and like this guy the other day, I asked him, what did your attorney say? Not much. What did your attorney say? Not much. I need to know what words your attorney said. Oh, I don't know. I don't remember. Well, then tell me that. Don't lie to me and tell me there wasn't much said. If you don't know, then we can move on to the next thing and find out what you do know. But it's a good idea if you guys are a little bit honest and say, I've been a lazy ass and I'm not paying attention in court. I need to get my ass in gear and actually care about my kid. And I need to read every word of the orders, or I need to read every word that James is talking about in the law, or I need to actually read it. There's so many cases. Like when I used to do court paperwork, or I worked under an attorney and did contract work, there's so many times where I did absolutely everything I could possibly do except speak for the person in court. And they didn't read jack shit of what I wrote up. They didn't read any exhibits. They didn't understand their own paperwork. They wanted to waltz into court like a crackhead who doesn't know shit, a retarded crackhead who doesn't know shit about shit, and your life with your kid is on the line. And they had 100 times the advantage of people nowadays, because I don't do paperwork anymore. They had 100 times the advantage of somebody, and they basically screwed the pooch on that and effed that up because they didn't give a shit. I don't want to work with people like that. So if I call you, and so the guy that I was talking to, and really it comes down to some people just don't want to fight for their kids. They don't want to put in the work. It's too hard. It hurts my feelings. My feelings are hurt. My anxiety can't take it. Well, you should have thought about it before you pumped out 3 kids with this crazy person, you dumbass. You knew they were suicidal. I had a guy who, the mom tried to get him a misdemeanor protection order against this dude. He went to jail. They acquitted him, or he got off or something. He got back together with her and had another kid, and then she did it again. He went to jail again. What the F is wrong with you idiots out there like that? There's something wrong with you. And then you guys get mad at me when I tell you, grow up, own what you did. You're not entitled to have your kids after you have a kid with a crazy person. You know, if you go hang around bars and you're an alcoholic and you want to stay clean and sober, you're a dumbass for hanging around the environment that will cause you to have a bunch of trouble in your life. You're a dumbass if you keep having kids with crazy women. I had a guy who I worked with 10 years ago, and the dumbass went to the cops and was telling the cops his version of the story of his kid falling and having an accident and busting a lip. And I said, dude, why didn't you talk to me first? You never go down to the station. You never tell the police anything. You make sure that if they want to make you out to be a child abuser, that they gather the evidence someplace else other than your own dumbass mouth. That guy was on supervised visitation with his kid right after he went down to run his mouth like a dumbass. Then he called me afterward. I was an afterthought. If he would have called me before, I would say, don't go down to the police station and don't talk to the cops. But he called me afterward like a lot of people do. He already had trouble with his first baby's mom. This is his second baby's mom screwing him over. One time when I'm talking to him on the phone, we're talking about both baby's moms coming after him. And he's on the phone with me while, you know, like a lot of guys, they schedule a consultation when they have their kids screaming in the background, when they're driving a forklift at work. He's cruising and driving by the beach. He's like, damn, there's so many fine females out here. I'm like, dude, can you keep your stuff under control for just a minute while that's the thing that got you in trouble in the first place. And you're sitting here drooling over some women while we're talking about fighting for your kid. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. Some people are just freaking stupid. And so when I see that stuff and I ask you questions and you can't answer them, you don't want to answer them, you get mad if I ask you a question, which is what any lawyer will do if you hire a lawyer. But see, you guys will respect the lawyer because they got a suit and tie. They got a fancy law firm or whatever. But if I ask a question to help save you some time because I want to make efficient use of our time, and you can't answer it, the guy who I keep going back to, He first reached out to me. He said, hey, can you talk today? I said, not for the next couple hours. And he said, oh, so you can talk now? I said, not for 2 more hours. He goes, okay, when are you free so we can talk? I said, after 2 hours. I had to literally talk to this guy like he was a little slow. And then when he's talking to me, I'm helping him through the conversation. When I'm asking him questions, he's like, oh, not much. And he just moves on. When I ask a question, and when I'm taking your case seriously to get down to business and figure out what's going on, I'm not asking questions just like we're at a party and we're passing around a joint and getting drunk and just gossiping about your case. I'm asking precise questions to actually help you, just like a doctor when they say, where does it hurt? If a doctor says, where are you hurt? And you start saying, well, I'm kind of hurt around in my body. You'd be a freaking dumbass if you gave an answer like that. And I get people giving me answers like that, so I have to hone in on it. Or you start saying, when I was a kid, I used to have these neck pains and stuff like that. And I don't know if it's related to right now, but I used to play out in the schoolyard and I did this and that, and I would always tweak my neck. They're like, what's hurting right now? And then it takes them 10 times to ask you, and you want to tell your whole life story. You say, well, it's my ankle over here. I'm asking precise questions to get you the answer because you paid me money, and guys don't even want to get the proper service that they need to get some answers because you're not honest with yourself. You want to just vent. You're not honest. You just want to call up and just vent and have somebody listen to you because I went through the same thing. I'm the only one who actually cares or actually has any answers. So you think that this is going to be a counseling session, and it's not. It's a session for you to learn how to fight for your kid. So the guy ended up cussing me out, and I said, hey, look, calm down. And my voice raised after his raise, and he goes, you're yelling at me. You're the one who's the bitch. You talk about guys being bitches and cowards. You're a woman, you fat mother effing bitch, this and that. So then I just we're 20 minutes in. I just cut my losses, gave him his money back, and then, or 15 minutes in, spent the last 5 minutes arguing. He's sitting there arguing with me because he doesn't like answering my questions, and he doesn't like me stopping his story because he wanted to tell a story that didn't have shit to do with what we were talking about. And we wasted 15 minutes getting nowhere because I never got any answers from him. So I gave him his money back and hung up. And then he texted me for an hour like a gay stalker about what a fruity little bitch I am. So this is the type of stuff that I deal with on the regular. I get guys like that every week. I get guys who cancel on me. I get guys who change the time at the last minute, or I'll call a guy up and say, hey, are we still on? I had you down for this time. Did I have the right time? Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot I got called into work. Why the hell is this not important enough to you to say, I want to reschedule for another time and risk me never calling you back? Because you don't give a shit. You had a momentary inspiration like, oh, I want to fight for my kid. Let me get an appointment with James. And then it doesn't even cross your mind again. This is what's wrong with my gender. This is what I'm battling when I have to sift through the waters of all these dumbasses, and I'm looking for an actual warrior who's drowning and fighting for his life. That's what I want to find. I want to find a guy who's hopeless and struggling or beat down, and he knows there's some other way to fight, but nobody's telling him and not giving him the answers, and his lawyer won't fight for him. Those guys who find me, they see me like, James, I found you. I need to talk to you. How much will it cost? What day and time can you talk? And then I tell them days I'm available. They pick a time, they pay me, and boom, we're there. But at least half or 3/4 of the people I talk to, what day and time? Oh, well, I'll say I'm wide open the rest of the week because I almost never have appointments after everything is urgent now or maybe the next day. So I'm wide open after tomorrow or after tonight, this time, then I'm wide open. Oh, well, what works best for you? Whatever works for you. Just pick a day and time. You're the one who needs help. Pick a day and time. If you can't be decisive about setting an appointment with me, then you can't be decisive about anything. Just quit on your kid. I don't even want to dilly-dally around setting up an appointment. It shouldn't be that hard. And the reason why, again, I'm telling you guys from a perspective of a guy who had every excuse to quit. It was hard. It was depressing. I cried at night. I didn't get to see my daughter. I fell in love with my daughter at the hospital. I was there the first week, staying the night. Every night of the first week, my baby's mom was in there recovering from a C-section. I was there throughout the pregnancy. I took a second job. I was going to work at night. We had a plan. I was going to have the child during the day. We were never going to put her in daycare. The mom puts her in daycare just to avoid me or just to spite me. And we live 3 blocks away. I had the PTSD, trauma, or shock, or whatever you want to call it, from being blindsided. I was called a monster and all this other stuff. And I was the nicest guy to everybody that was around me. And I was made fun of for being the nice guy and the soft one who treated women in my church too nice. And then all the women that followed this psycho chick, she's running around telling everybody, I'm just fighting for the kid just so I can get back with her. And she's really mad at me because I didn't marry her and we had a kid. And there's people who were my friends before my baby's mom, before I even knew her, people who were friends in the church I went to for 10 years. They loved and adored me. And they hear one little rumor from my baby's mom, and then they're total Judases, and they think that I'm a monster, and they talk crazy about me. I've been through all of it. I've been to jail for 8 days straight, and my daughter is sitting there calling me like there's nothing I can do about it. My daughter's tormented because I was her whole life, and at age 11, I went to jail for 8 days, and the mom actually had moved back to the state for a little bit, or was in the state for a little bit, and she could have went and picked up our daughter, and she didn't. Our daughter was parentless. After I got full custody, they would call me a monster, mentally ill, crazy, dangerous to women and children, and they would never get Civil Rule 11 sanctioned, and I would ask for it. Then when I name called them just to experiment and see if the judge ever would do it, he sanctions me for name calling the mother in the same way that I did it. I protest my baby's mom's attorney in his neighborhood because he used to lose cases on purpose for women clients. So he'd have a woman client, he would go to court and have a couple hearings and not even tell him about it, and she would lose the house and lose the kids and lose this and that, and then she'd be paying child support and she'd be going broke. And he would say, oh, you poor little thing, you're so beautiful, this should never happen to you, you can come live with me. And he set the whole scenario up. And then he would say, you can work off your bill by doing free work in my home office. So he set up a slave labor situation. I snitched on him. They didn't do anything about it. I protest him in his neighborhood. His neighbors are jeering at me. You're crazy. You're psycho. And that guy's a woman abusing racist monster who's used racial slurs to other attorneys before. So I know what it's like to be standing up for justice, and I got the whole world against me. Some of my friends think I'm crazy. Some people tell me to quit and give up. And I'm still fighting. And I was in and out of court for 20 years. And there's punk ass pussies out there who say, oh, I lost my first contempt motion. I haven't seen my kid in a year. Well, did you do a second contempt motion? Did you do a contempt motion? No, because I lost the first. Get off your pussy ass and do it again. And make it, what did you argue in court? Oh, I argued this little pussy, soft, gentle thing, like, Your Honor, please make her follow the order. So you argued a losing argument and you lost, and you're complaining that you lost, and you'll never try again, even though you're talking to somebody who won his first contempt. I got countless other guys who've won contempt, and you don't even want to listen to what I have to say. Get an appointment, learn how to do it, and all you want to do is whine, cry, piss, and moan. You are your own worst problem. You are selling out your kids. You are not rescuing your kids. You got to be honest. That's the title of this video is just, you have to be honest about what's going on. If you're going to pretend something is different than reality, then you're a liar, and you're lying to yourself. It's not going to go away. If you lie about reality, it's not changing for you. This is an ugly war. I had a kid with a crazy woman. I could own it. I never said, well, I mean, I did say several times, why won't this chick just work it out? She could have done it. She's spending money on an attorney and she's losing me in court. Why don't we just save money? And she told me later on, there's a short window. I hadn't talked to her in 23 years except for a short 2-week window. And she said, yeah, we spent so much money on these attorneys. She did. We could have had, you know, 20, 30 grand in the bank for our daughter for education fund or whatever. I'm like, yeah, I told you so. Why don't you just work this out? So I had those frustrations too, but I still had to keep fighting. Guys would have a frustration like that. This doesn't make any logical sense. I don't know why she won't do that. I quit on my kids. You dumbass, you're the logical one. Women are emotional. Go be a man and go use your logic to go rescue your kids. And there's a 90% chance if you grow some balls and get on the offensive and do the stuff that I'm talking about, that you'll have a positive result and do better than if you sit back and what I was saying earlier, I kind of detracted from, you have your court battle for a year or two. If you're goofing around all this time, you will be in torture not seeing your kids all this different time. Whereas if you go all out for a couple months and you go through the hell of getting on the offensive and fighting, and you lose and do a reconsideration, you get on the offensive, you learn how to do contempt, you do discovery, you get on the offensive, and you exert yourself, that may pay dividends where now you're going to be at peace all this time. So your pussy ass, cowardly, let's play nice, let's be soft, MO stuff, those strategies are just dragging out the pain. The whole, I'll eat better, I'll get healthier later, while you're obese and have heart disease or diabetes, just getting worse, while you sit there and talk about, oh, it's so hard. I'm trying, one day I eat good and one day I eat like junk. That just drags it out. Toughen it out, fast for a week. Reverse your type 2 diabetes in 3 or 4 days fasting, or go on an all fruit, all vegetable, whole diet. If you look up Dr. Esselstyn in Ohio, if you got heart disease, he has a 100% success rate reversing heart disease in people who have had heart surgery, or people who had a heart attack, or people who are on the verge of having that. You see something like that, you go, oh my God, I'm in that condition. Let me try and do what they do. Nothing else has worked. That's what people usually do. People look at my videos and say, oh my God, James got full custody without an attorney. He's helped thousands of other guys do that. I'm not going to do that. Whatever your excuses, it's too hard. It takes too long. My attorney, my baby's mom, the system, whine, cry, piss and moan, bitch and moan, bitch and moan, piss. I had a guy who said, I couldn't get through your videos because of all the harsh talk you were talking about. That means he was being a pussy because I was talking about guys being a pussy. If he wasn't being a pussy, he wouldn't get mad at it because I wasn't talking about him. And in that video, I had some answers. And if he's watching that video, he must have been, compelled to watch by the topic. So he skipped out on answers to the life of his kid because he was so triggered and hurt because I said the number one thing you got to do is get off your ass and stop being a coward and a sissy. And he didn't like that. So like I've given you guys this example before. If I got on here yelling and cussing and saying how fat, ugly, and stupid all of you are, and in the end of the video or somewhere in the video, I'm going to give you a map to a treasure or a pot of gold. If you know that I'm going to do that in the video, you would be a thin-skinned, sensitive little bitch of a moron to not sit through that and tough out that stuff, especially if I'm not addressing you or doxing you or putting your name and address on the video. You wouldn't care what I said because there's some answers that would help you get rich or find this treasure. How much more of a treasure it is to get your life back with your kid. There's no price, there's no money or value to that. That's invaluable. And then I get guys all the time, oh, you're talking harshly, or you didn't get to the point right away. You pussy ass bitch. You can't wait 10 minutes. Even if I wait to the end, you can't wait 10 minutes for an answer for free. And you've paid $10, $20, $50,000 for attorneys to lose over and over in court. You are the problem. Get honest and wake the hell up. But I don't expect most people to wake up. I expect a few people, a few out of 100. And then out of the few out of 100, 2 of them will text me 20 times a day and waste my time, make me think that they're going to do a consultation, and they want answers, and they want guarantees, and they want 100% guarantee that they're going to win in court before they even do a paid consultation with me. You should be able to look at my stuff, look at my flow page link, or if this is later on, I have a link tree down the road because I kicked off a flow page, or I have a website. Look at my resources and see. James is winning court orders here. He fought against an attorney and a guardian ad litem by himself. I've had guys who know that I represent myself. I'm talking about all the guys who've represented themselves. I show you my winning court orders, contempt, court of appeals. Most attorneys have never even attempted to go to the court of appeals, or they got their ass kicked the first time in the court of appeals. They quit. I went to a job interview at a lawyer's office. He said, oh my God, you went to the court of appeals twice? I got my ass kicked there. I'm never going back there again. And I'm getting interviewed by that guy to work below him. I've had guys who talk to me like, do you really think a guy can represent himself and win? What the F did you just listen to or see? This is why you guys aren't listening. Not only do I tell you free stuff that's worked for people and demonstrate I know what I'm talking about. You should be able to look what I'm talking about, see me talking, and know I know what I'm talking about. And know your attorney's been full of crap after you get burned. Because there's plenty of guys, they watch one video of mine and they call me up, I need an appointment tonight or first thing in the morning. Boom, how do I pay you? Boom, and we're there. Those are guys who actually care. Those guys have agape love for their kids because they're willing to, they see an answer like, I'm going to go for it. When my baby's mom offered custody after I beat the snot out of her for 7 months and she surrendered, he said, hey, she wants to offer you custody. Do you want to get the kid now or do you want to wait till the paperwork's done? It's going to take a few weeks. I said, now, I want my kid now. I didn't hesitate because I was decisive, because I cared about my kid. Daycare, job, circumstance, I was going to work that out. I went to get my kid. I have so many guys that say, well, I can't go for custody because it's going to be hard and I don't know what I'm going to do because I have a softball team and all this. You bitch-ass punk little sellout. You're worried about some possible circumstance so you won't grab your kid when you get a chance? I got no mercy for that kind of stuff. I have no tolerance for that kind of stupid ass shit. The mothers are out here going for full custody. I know they got welfare. I know they got free daycare and stuff like that. But you made the kid. Figure it out. Be a man, for crying out loud. Somebody said this is passion. I'm fighting the court now. If you care about your kids, you should have passion about fighting for your kids. Any kid that grew up in a single mother's home ended up crazy, dysfunctional, weird, feminine, or a knucklehead. Boys who grow up in a single mother home, they either grow up soft, beta, and they turn into these thin-skinned people that become politicians and leaders and destroy our country, or they might turn to knuckleheads. Every kid who's a gangbanger, he's in a gang because he's looking for male affirmation that he didn't get from a father because the mother did that. You know, you see the difference in sports stars, like whether you think whoever's the GOAT or not. Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant were alpha males who were raised with a man in the home. LeBron James didn't have a dad. He didn't know who his dad is. Why? Because his mom was a crackhead whore, and after she had him, she didn't care enough about her son to go look for the dad. All she had to do was call the state and say, I slept with this guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy. And here's the list of the guys I slept with. And they would go after them, and the state would do it for her. It's LeBron James's mom's fault that he doesn't know his dad. And now that chick has done what a lot of single mothers do. She's a groupie who treated her son like her boyfriend. She would go to his games, wear his jersey on her back. Hey, everybody, look, I'm LeBron James' mom. There's one time where he turned to her and he said, sit your ass down, like you're embarrassing me. But LeBron James has some beta male, feminine. He said he can never be alone. One quality of a man is being able to be a loner or be alone. LeBron James has always got to have his friends around because he has abandonment issues from his dad not being around. And that dude got his mom a mansion and worships his mother, and all she did was screw somebody and spit him out. And everybody else in the neighborhood raised him. His uncles, the barber, he was couch surfing. She didn't do anything to make him who he is, and she gets rewarded for it. But the result of single mother homes is the destruction of America and Western civilization and soft men. And they're coming after us in America because we got a bunch of beta male, soft, limp-wristed, coward, fruity, gay dudes running things or hiding and staying at home and not protecting their family and protecting their kids. So, okay, is there any way you can get the police involved for a slanderous accusations against your character? It depends on what you're talking about. If somebody runs around and says, hey, he's a knucklehead or he's a pedophile, there's no crime. Slander itself is a civil tort, T-O-R-T. You can Google the Book of Torts, Second Law of Torts, Second Restatement of Torts. I don't know why they use that phrase. They should just call it a civil wrong. So you have crimes that police enforce, and then you have civil wrongs. Adultery is a civil wrong. There's no crime against adultery. It used to be on the books in most states. Slander is a civil wrong. Intentional infliction of emotional distress. Negligent infliction of emotional distress. Harassment of somebody. Stalking and threats and stuff, or actual domestic violence, those are criminal wrongs. The cops can go arrest people for that. As far as the police enforcing slander, no, they can't do that. But if you're talking about making a police report, if somebody says, the father abused my kid, he stabbed me, he committed domestic violence, you should Google your state. Let's say you live in Minnesota. Google Minnesota false reporting criminal or crime or statute. You might have to try either one of those three scenarios. You know, a lot of the research that you do, sometimes you have the right topic and you have one word in it that's wrong. It might change the hit results that you get. So, but making a false report, if you know somebody didn't commit a crime and you falsely report that crime, that is a crime in and of itself. So if there is a robbery at the grocery store down the street or something, and you lie and say it was a friend of yours who you're mad at, had a falling out, and they fit the description, say, oh, my friend was the one who did it, you could go to jail for falsely accusing them. There's a lady in Europe. If you Google woman hammers face false accusations rape, this lady who just got fresh out of jail, she went and bought a hammer and hammered her own face and arms and said this group of I can't remember where it was in Europe, but there's a group of men. She said they kidnapped her, beat her, raped her, trafficked her. She's going to prison for 7 years for false reporting and whatever other crimes they have. It's some European country. We have the crime of false reporting. But if somebody does a crime against you, you can also sue them civilly. So if there's a civil thing, you can't press charges for that. But if there's a crime, there's an actual criminal crime, and there's a civil recourse for that crime also in civil court. For instance, if somebody beats you up, breaks your jaw, you could press charges or sue them in criminal court for the crime of assault. Then you have medical bills, pain and suffering. You could take them to civil court to pay your medical bills or to make up for the pain and suffering that you have. So when you have a crime, you can have a civil action with it. If you just have a civil action, there's no crime. So if somebody slandered you, you would just have to sue them for slander. If it was a criminal false report, you can report it. A lot of times the cops won't do anything about it. They'll say, oh, well, you're dealing with a family. A lot of cops are stupid. They'll say, oh, you're dealing with a family law case. Go deal with that in family court. No, you stupid idiot. It's a crime to falsely report a crime. Are you going to take my report or not? You work for me. I pay your taxes. This is a crime. Don't refuse to allow me to make a report. But a lot of police departments and sheriff departments nowadays, they let you do online reporting so you can report that. It probably won't go anywhere. That's where I like to expose people. I'll do a YouTube video, like I told you about the attorney, my baby's mom's attorney. He called an Asian attorney. He called her a lying C word for Asians. So he used a racial slur on her and harassed and taunted her. When I found out about it, she wouldn't file a bar complaint because she was scared of him. I filed a bar complaint and they disciplined him. Now they did it secretly, a secret admonishment, because they didn't want him to get in real trouble because he's about to retire. And they were looking out for him. But, I did a bar complaint against him and he got admonished. So I like to, and I've done videos on him, or I had on an old website, I had a whole profile of him telling everybody what he did and showing court documents and showing how he got disciplined by the bar association and showing how he took 20 different female clients and he lost cases on purpose. And then when the women went broke, like I said earlier, he talked them into living with him. Oh, you poor little thing. I'm sorry. You could save money and live with me for a while, and then you could pay off your bill doing paralegal work for me for free. And he set and he did that to 20 different clients. So for like a couple decades, he had women working for him for free that he set up and he forced them to lose everything. He should have been disbarred. There should have been lawsuits. One of his clients did sue him for malpractice and got like $6,800 back in an arbitration award. I reported that to the Bar Association. They said, oh, that's malpractice. We only deal with ethical violations. Well, malpractice is an ethical violation. They just weren't looking out. So on top of, if somebody harasses me, abuses me, or I find out they're abused, like, we post signs when a sex offender moves into the neighborhood, right? If you have a pedophile that moves into the neighborhood, we will post signs about it, and we will pass out flyers and let everybody know about it, right? So when you got somebody who abuses people and an attorney who abuses his position to get women to work for him for free so he has a free slave labor operation in his home, that's worthy of warning people about. All these narcissistic whores who manipulate men and spit them out and take them for their money and have a kid with them just to trap them or to lock them into child support. First of all, every dad should be going for full custody and get kids away from these whores. Second of all, they should eliminate welfare, and the structure of the family will come back in one generation. They should eliminate all forms of welfare. And then these home wreckers who are destroying the fabric of society and destroying men and destroying children for their own narcissistic gain, they should be exposed. But nobody wants to say anything. They just want to walk away and forgive and forget. And nobody ever really forgives and forgets. They just pretend to get all self-righteous. Oh, I'm forgiving, and moving on. No, you're a punk-ass coward, and you couldn't stand up to the person. And we should be warning like the next person. Like, I dated a woman, and I told one of her baby's dads that she's abusing the kid. The last day we hung out, she got abusive toward the kid. So I told that baby's dad. He didn't want to go rescue the kid. He had a great case for full custody. He didn't want to do it. Coward. She used to be married to somebody, and I told her ex-husband, like, you know, she said this and she said she's going to do that to you guys. I thought she just said it out of, you know, frustration or whatever, but now I know she really meant it, so watch your back. And then she lost her mind. She went to court 4 different times trying to get a restraining order against me after I got a restraining order against her. Tried to get a restraining order against me for slandering her and for trying to ruin her life. I went and told people the truth of what she's doing behind. We should all do that kind of stuff. But no, we want to let these whores and narcissists and vampires go around and destroy lives, and we don't want to tattle on them. We don't want to do anything about it. We just let it happen, and it's funny. They're out here destroying men. They're taking kids. They're turning boys into little fembots. They're turning girls into little whores. And the guy I was telling you about that wouldn't go rescue his kid, she's training that kid to be a whore. Having her dressed all scantily. She posts a picture of her with her legs open, with just wearing underwear on social media. That dad won't rescue the kid. Her family won't rescue the kid. It's amazing to me how many people whine and cry about victimhood and talk about injustice, but they won't do anything about it. I went and hunted down that baby's dad because that coward wouldn't go do the job himself because he's afraid of being around in the court, because he went to court, got in trouble for something. But that child is better off with him now that he's got his act together, but he's too scared. Tough guy on the outside, but bitch at heart. It's amazing. So let me see if I missed any other questions. Somebody said that. Stay strong and think of the end game. That's exactly what you got to do. You got to think like this is an Indiana Jones movie. I'm going down this treacherous tunnel. It's dark. It's scary. There's some thugs. There's some robbers. There's some violent people. There's all kinds of wild animals and stuff. But my daughter's at the end of that tunnel. I had to look at it like that. That's what kept me going, my daughter. I had nothing to lose. Like, there's guys who are on supervised visitation. Or what if I go to court and I fight aggressive and they take something away from me? You don't got anything right now. What the hell do you got to lose? Be honest with yourself. Instead of looking for an excuse why and how I don't have to fight and don't have to work hard to rescue my kid. Like, think about if you're on the beach and your kid is going out swimming with their friends. And then you see some sharks approaching. Will you just turn to the lifeguard and say, man, I should go out there and rescue my kids, but it looks like choppy waters and there's sharks there. I could get hurt doing it. What do you think? Or do you think we should go out there on a boogie board? Or do you think we should go out there with a jet ski? Or do you think we should swim out there? Or do you got a boat? And you're sitting there yakking and talking away while your kids are, they're in danger. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense that you will sit here and just whine and cry and piss and moan about how corrupt the court system is and how your baby's mom's crazy, but you won't do anything about it because you're worried about what somebody thinks, or you might lose when you're already losing about as bad as you can. Somebody said, I'm sorry for that. This how this has played out for you. That's fine. My stuff is over. My daughter's 23 and moved out. But I'm just, the only reason I say that, what I said, is because people act like I had it easy because I won early on. I won early on because I went to war with my baby's mom and the people who wanted to take my daughter from me. Okay? I went to war with them. That's why my case was, and if I would have known back then what I know now, I swear my custody battle would have been over in 2 months. Because the stuff I did, like when I did my contempt motion, I filed it and started my contempt. It took me a while to get that together and figure it out. And then the mother got the hearing canceled because she said an unnecessary surgery for our daughter on that day. I had that set for sometime in July, and then I couldn't get it rescheduled again for like until September. But I kept at it, and it was so worth it in the end. When I got my first court order visitation, in March of that year, my baby's mom got an emergency restraining order against me. I didn't know about a motion to quash. It might have been over then. We had a court hearing in front of a judge. We had a testimony and talking for like an hour. He said, you need to go to family court. I do with criminal court. I don't know about this stuff. Go to family court. Don't come back. Go to family court and come back with a parenting plan. I went to family court, finally figured out. The clerk gave me bad legal advice. I went to the prosecutor's office. That was advice to get on child support. I had to redo my paperwork, or I had to redo something else again. And then I went back to the restraining order judge from criminal court. And he said, did you get a parenting plan? Because he saw that I just want to be involved. We weren't trying to talk or nothing. And then I destroyed her credibility by getting on the offensive. And the judge said, you got a parenting plan? I said, Your Honor, it takes a little longer than that. I have a hearing in 2 weeks from now for the parenting plan. He goes, okay, I'll grant a temporary restraining order until that hearing. Then it falls off, and then I don't want to hear from you guys again. And then she never got any kind of emergency restraining order or anything like that. She tried to get other restraining orders because like I said, because I served her paperwork and all this stupid stuff. And she lost all those too. So then when I went to family court, that was, I think it was like a month and a half after the conflict started. So I hadn't seen my daughter for a month and a half. The court says, I can't give you any visitation. You did a great job financially supporting the child. I need to order an investigation into you. If I would have known Troxel versus Granville then, I would have said you have to presume that I'm acting in the best interest of the child. But Deborah Bianco, an attorney in Bellevue who was a substitute pro tem commissioner that day, was a psychotic, evil witch man-hater. I got to do a video on her. I should have exposed her long ago. At the last minute, I found out I can appeal from a commissioner or judge. See, I'm looking at for answers. I lost in court. All these bitch-ass cowardly men would say, oh my God, I lost, and quit and go curl up in a ball and then go to a father's rights movement meeting and want to change the system and spend 2 years of their life putting all their energy into the father's rights movement bullcrap and not put that energy into their custody case. And they lose out on both because they get burnt out fighting the system with the father's rights movement and all those guys that just go to meetings and whine, cry, and pout and spoon with each other and stuff and do nothing. Dad Talk Today, 50-50 Dads, Ray Lautenschlager in Ohio, Father's rights movement groups all across the country doing a whole bunch of nothing. What's the other one? There's a big national one. They're not doing jack squat either. Fatherhood Initiative, they have great resources on their page, but they're not doing jack squat. Just collecting money. Now, if somebody says the truth about something, the truth is the truth, no matter who it comes from. Judge Anthony, making $600 an hour, scamming people. But I took decisive action, and I kept looking for answers even when I lost. And then, so I did an appeal from a commissioner to a judge, and then got a court hearing. The mother shows up with an attorney and asks for a continuance, and they get it delayed another 3 or 4 weeks, a couple weeks at least. So finally, she first got an emergency order against me March 15th. Finally, on June 1st, that's April, May, it took me 2.5 months to get my first temporary visitation order. And I got 5 days a week. And Goldberg and Jones, who I've done a video on my YouTube channel, Goldberg and Jones, divorce lawyers for men, they told me I would get every other weekend, and they wanted $5,000. And I didn't accept that because I went with my conscience. I said, that's bullcrap. I live 3 blocks away. I work at night. I can have my daughter during the day. I am not tolerating your stupid advice that I need to settle on every other weekend. So I hung up on them. I didn't have the $5,000 anyway. And then I went to court and got 5 days a week on my own. 4 hours a day. I'm actually glad I had small spurts of regular contact, so my daughter saw me 5 days a week rather than every other weekend. And there's long gaps because I think there was a better bond developed with that. The mother worked 4/10, so the judge actually said you could have the child half the day and the daycare could have her half the day. If I would have known Troxel versus Granville, I would have been able to argue that that's stupid. The daycare has no rights. So, 2.5 months, and I got 5-day-a-week visitation. Then I got the mother found in contempt. My contempt hearing got delayed because the mother faked the need for a surgery that our child didn't need. That got delayed. And I was doing discovery in the meantime, and I was beating her down, and boom, I wasn't even looking for it. I didn't even know what I was doing, and bam, I won. And so now, ever since, I've been running around telling people how I won, and half the dads out there are hater little bitches saying, and jealous, oh, you won? I went through hell, and I don't got any visitation. Did you get on the offensive? Did you do contempt? Did you go for full custody? No, I wouldn't lower myself to go for full custody. I was asking for 50-50, and the mother was falsely accusing me of violence. So you asked for 50-50. What you're saying is she's an ethical, wonderful, good mother who would never lie to the court. And then she turns around and says she's a victim of your violence. You just gave her credibility and served her up a winning court because you're so self-righteous and stupid. You want to win a Boy Scout cookie or a Boy Scout medal for saying I went in there and I did the ideal. Now, it is ideal for both parents to share a kid 50-50. But when the mother's trying to take the child away, she's being a child abuser. You should call that out. But men are so stupid, they want to stand on principle and ethics and stuff and take the easy way out and look like the nice guy, and they get screwed. When you're at war with a terrorist, do you walk out in the middle of the desert and say, hey, you guys, I don't have a problem with you. I want to work stuff out. You will get shot on sight because you're a dumbass. We're not in that type of negotiations right now. We're in the middle of a war. Or people said I had it easy, or I'm white, my baby's mom's black. So actually, people, there's one black dude who he put a gun in my DMs, and I told him don't come on my page to shit on my struggles just because you were a bitch and you didn't fight. I didn't call him that, but that ended up being what the deal was. After I talked to him more and more, he was just being a big pussy. But he said, oh, you had it easy because you're white and you're in the court system. It's not like the criminal court system. If you walk in as a dad, you're screwed because of that. Now, there are cases where a black dad has it worse and that compounds stuff. But the main thing, just like in Jim Crow South, the main thing wasn't you being from a certain part of town. The main thing was that you were black. When you walk into family court, the main thing is that you're a man, and we're a bunch of radical feminists. So this guy is saying, oh, you had it easy because you're white. Well, The guy was such a dumbass, he didn't realize there were white judges who ruled against me and black judges who ruled for me. There's at least 2 black female judges who ruled in my favor. My baby's mom is black. So his stuff was out the window on that. And so I checked him on that. Then he got mad, and then he's showing me a gun in DMs. And about 2 years later, after he tried to get, like I said, a lot of guys, he'd ask questions in comments because he was too lazy or shiftless and wanted free quickie answers, which you cannot possibly get a quickie answer in a text message or in a comment. So people who come in there and comment and say, hey, what about this? Are you looking to understand your court case and being able to fight all aspects, or you just want a quickie answer for one question of the day? That doesn't help you. It's amazing to me how in my videos, I'll talk about get a consult. Click the link in my flow page. The description is there. The link in my bio on Instagram and TikTok leads you to where my phone number is. And people will say in the comments, I really need help. How do I get a hold of you? Are you that freaking lost where you can't move a mouse a couple of spaces and click and search, where's this guy's information? Like everybody else does in every other YouTube video. If you're watching Dr. Esselton or Dr. Sebi or somebody on YouTube that teaches you, if you want to assemble a computer yourself, you know, I got a budget of $1,500. How do I put a computer together? What parts minimum should I get if I'm a graphic designer or whatever? You'll watch a video and they'll talk about it. And then you'll look in the description on how to, the listings they listed or how to get a hold of them if they have some more advice or whatever. But for some reason, my gender, they come across my page. I got all the answers that they could possibly want. And they say, I need help. It's this lazy, shiftless, pussy bitch, inner bitch, that just says, somebody come rescue me and you do it for me. I got answers that you need, but you need to take the initiative. I will not be an ambulance chaser and go hunt people down. And most of the time when I do come across a comment and I say, hey, click the link in my bio. It has one touch, email, text, or phone number. I tell people the fastest way to reach me is a text. And I got people email me all the time, mad that I didn't get back to them for 2 or 3 days. And I tell everybody the fastest way is to text me. We are our own worst enemy. If you watch a video of mine and you see, wow, this guy's got some answers, I could help rescue my kid. Let me put in the comments, I could use your help. I have a guy, he did it in like 4 different places. I really could use your help. Help me. How can I get a hold of you? I really need your help. And I see that stuff days later. These people really think I'm going to go through all the comments of which people need help. Let me go hunt them down. I don't even know how to get a hold of you, and you don't reply to my reply in the comments. Like, this is some amazing, sick, twisted shit that I'm talking about. And I have to sift through all these punk-ass bitch, sissy cowards, lazy, shiftless bums who don't give a shit about their kid, but want somebody to wave a magic wand and make it go away, to find guys that really want some help. And then people who do reach out to me, you know, a fourth of them are no-shows when they schedule an appointment. They get mad at me that I want to charge for my time. They'd rather pay an attorney $400 an hour for losing information, I guess. Or they'll cuss me out and argue with me when we have a consult and I say, hey, I need an answer to this and that, and they don't know the answer. I'm like, well, I can't help you if you don't give me the answers. And they start cussing me out and freaking out because that's why they're in the situation they're in, because they're an emotionally triggered beta male, easily triggered, effeminate, emotional basket case. Or they probably got issues and that's why they're in their situation. But my kid was taken overseas, any chance to get her back. The only thing I know about getting a kid from overseas, I mean, if you went where the kid was and you go nab the kid and come back, that's the ideal way to get your kid back, whether it's in America, across town, down the street, at daycare, or in another country. There's a lot of scenarios where you can do that. If you're afraid to do that and you won't do that, then you're already Xing out the best chance to get your kid back. The legal procedure, you have to look up the Hague Convention, H-A-U-G-E, Hague Convention. It's an international convention that deals with international kidnapping. But the best thing to do is to get a court order that nobody can take the child out of state, or don't let your kid go with the parent. I had a dad who was in Washington. I was talking to him and he said, I'm about to go through a divorce. my baby's mom, they're getting divorced. I'm going through a divorce. My wife wants to take the kids on vacation to Texas where our family is. I said, don't let her take the kid. I emphasize, do not let her take the kids. You may never see the kids again. The guy called me a month later. He said, James, I didn't listen to you. She took the kids. And now she says, after being down there for vacation for a couple weeks, she's just going to live there. I said, I told you not to. This is what happens when people don't listen to me. You want to do the easy stuff. You want to appease people. You don't want to protect stuff because it's uncomfortable to put your foot down like a real man. You want to be a pussy ass bitch and appease everybody and risk losing your kid. If somebody met you at the park and you got your kids at the park and they say, hey, those are cute kids you got. They're adorable. Can I give them some candy? And you go, oh, well, I don't know about that. Come on. And say, this is our Halloween leftover candy. And you let them have candy, they get poisoned. Or if they say, you know what, can I just take your kids to the mall? There's a circus around the corner. There's amusement park thing at the mall this weekend or something. Can I take them? You would let them go with a total stranger because you're worried about hurting the stranger's feelings? No, you would say no. Are you crazy? You should do that to your baby's mom also. Anyway, so I told the dad, go down to Texas. Ask her if you can visit the kids, you miss them, that you're in town for a weekend. And when she hands the kids over to you, take a one-way ticket back to Washington and then file your court case or set up a hearing. He did exactly that. And she came to court and said, oh, I wasn't going to move the kids. I was just there for vacation. She totally changed her story. So that guy was able to salvage that. But he should have listened to me in the first place. I don't know what happened as a result of his case. He didn't get back to me after that. That was a guy who had a consultation with. He didn't listen to jack shit I told him. He was totally in shambles. And then he called me up real quick and he wanted a quickie free answer. Just like every other guy who doesn't appreciate valuable information that'll help you rescue your kid. You know, people say that I'm an a-hole because I got no tolerance for BS, fake phony liars, or people who just don't want to get down to it. They want to dilly-dally around. Every week, like I said, guys are no-shows for appointments. If I'm a no-show or I miss an appointment, which I have done before, I make it up to the person. I get guys who pay me less than what my fee is, or they'll short me $5 here or $10 there. Or they'll try and talk me into, I'm good for it. I paid you last time. I'm good for it this time. No, I need to get paid. You can't go into a grocery store and say, hey, look, I paid for groceries 3 weeks in a row. Just let me come back. I'll pay you later. You cannot do that. And I've had people who haven't talked to me again, and their case is totally effed up because they just didn't want to pay me a few bucks compared to what an attorney, and they went and paid thousands to an attorney after they wanted to talk me into a deal or whatever. I just had somebody say they wanted a discount because they're struggling and stuff. They paid an attorney. They were making six figures and paid an attorney like $30,000 or something. I get shit on all week long, like I'm just some nobody. And again, I have my winning trophies. I've won in court. You've never even looked to see or asked your attorney, hey, how did you win? What's your success rate? Can you show me some winning court orders? You just believe whatever they say in blind faith until you get screwed and they ask for 5,000 more, 5,000 more, you get screwed, 5,000 more, you get screwed. And then you realize, man, these guys suck. Let me go get another attorney. They do the same thing and you tolerate it for $20,000. Then the next attorney tolerates. And then you come across me and some people say, how dare you charge on people's misery? You're making money off of people's misery. So are psychologists, so are doctors, so are firemen. So are police officers. So is anybody else that read. So are lawyers. This is the insanity I deal with every single day, all day long. And I get usually at the most a couple people a day on a given day, not every single day. I'll get like 2 people in a day who really want to fight, who really want to listen and take notes. Like I said, even people who do consults, they'll do consults while they're at work and you can hear a bunch of banging in the background. Or they'll walk in, they'll call me after their trial is over with, after they got screwed, and they talked to me 8 months ago. They didn't get ready for trial, and I'm like, well, what did you do for trial? I didn't know what I should do. Did you have a trial notebook with the exhibits? Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Did you know the evidence rules going on? I didn't know I could do that. So why would you call me after? You know I have the answers, but you didn't give a shit about your life with your kid to get ready for the biggest day of your life, fighting for your kid. This is what I deal with every day. And you guys wonder why I'm so harsh, because I'm cutting through all the retarded, low IQ, dumbass, moronic idiots who all they want to do is go around and screw women and make babies, and they don't want the consequence of having a kid with a crazy woman. I want to find the good dads who got burned, who were in love and sincere and looked out for their wife and their kids, and now they're getting royally screwed, and they know there's a better way to fight. So I got to go through and find like 2 or 3 out of 100 guys to do that. So I may come across like an a-hole because I'm talking about the problem in society. When you talk about child trafficking, you're not talking about anything nice. Are you going to call a guy an asshole when he talks about the dirty world of child trafficking and he's rescuing children from the slums of India where they're, prostituting and buying girls, or Taiwan or wherever else there might be a problem? You wouldn't call that guy an asshole because he talks about the ugliness of it. I'm talking about the ugliness of this stuff. You guys get overly sensitive over your case, and rightfully so. I'm listening to case after case, day after day, and then most of the time I'm listening to pussy-ass excuses as to why a guy doesn't want to fight for the kids, and I got the answers, and like, can I really do that? I can't stand up for myself. Well, then quit. How to get rid of a bad court order. Do a reconsideration or appeal it or vacate it. Motion for reconsideration, motion to vacate or set aside. In most states, the reconsideration is under Civil Rule 59. In Florida, they call it motion for, what do they call it? They break it up. There's a reconsideration, motion for a new trial, motion for reconsideration are 2 different things. Some states have it broken up like that. Or if you have an open court case, like in Washington, there's case law that says the court may modify a temporary order at any time before the final order is entered. But your question, how do I get rid of a bad court order? That's an extremely vague question that could take hours to answer the step-by-step procedure. If you want help doing that, then get a consult with me. Most of the time, you have 10 days to reconsider. You have 30 days to appeal. You have an open court case. If you have a new circumstance, a new situation, or a new issue, or they committed fraud, you could vacate it. You have a new issue, then you could do another motion for another temporary order. It all depends. So my answer to your vague question is it depends. I give you a vague answer. If you guys ask questions, you should be specific about something specific if you want a specific answer. If you ask me an extremely vague question, you get a vague answer. If you go in to an astronomy class and say, how do we know how far a star is away? And you're expecting a 1-sentence answer, they have to talk about reading a spectrum and reading the light on the spectrum and then measuring that. And you got to know some basic math. If you don't know the basic math, then you got to go back to that. My car is making a clanging noise. What's wrong with it? Well, a mechanic has to look from bumper to bumper and then go on and examine different things. They'd ask you questions. What kind of noise is it? What does it sound like? Where was it coming from? You can't ask a vague question like that and get a specific answer. Too many men have become demasculated in a corrupt society. That's true. But, you could change. You literally could change. I've seen guys who've been pushovers. I was a beta male most of my life. But then when somebody said, I'm going to take your kid from you, then it was time to get on the war path. It happens when you're an athlete, you can have a guy who's a gentle giant. He's a defensive lineman. Like, I don't know, think about it like a Reggie White, or I just watched a thing on the Minnesota Vikings nose guard, Randall. Gosh, what was Randall's first name? Or is it Randall's guy used to wear, black makeup around his eyes, or make him, he wore black face paint all over. And he used to talk a whole bunch of smack. Total gentle giant off the field. But when it's time to go to war, then the alpha male comes out. In the Lion King cartoon, Simba was being a little bitch and run away from his calling. He was traumatized by the loss of his dad, but he was the rightful king. You are the rightful king of your family. Go get your kingdom back. If you don't want to, then you're a bitch. You're the king of your kingdom. Yeah, you've been taught all your life that women are strong and independent and wonderful single mothers. All the statistics show that they fail at being a leader and protector of the family. Nobody in their right freaking mind can say a woman can protect a family better than a man. So we are different. Men are stronger naturally. No matter what all this tranny bullcrap is that's going on out here. Or gender bending and stuff. Men, all the men records on strength are 2 to 10 times greater than women's records. One pedophile who got interviewed by 60 Minutes or somebody, when they asked what type of children do you target, he said, I don't target children. I look to see if there's a strong male threat, and I don't go near that family. Or if the family is intact and they're a family that does stuff together and goes to church together and stuff like that, I stay away from them. And there was one other category. It's when the man is there. When the man's not there, the woman's vulnerable. All throughout history, villages got raped and pillaged, and the women literally got raped when the men didn't protect them, or the men that invaded were stronger than the men that were there, or they caught them when the men were gone. Women are weaker sex physically. Period. The end. Nobody hates them for it. We're not superior as far as our value, but as protectors we are. Most of the child molesters are the stepdads and the new boyfriends. So, you are the king of your little kingdom, which is your family. Okay, the wife wants a divorce. She's gone forever. Don't try and rescue her. If you can reconcile, you'll reconcile whether you got the kids or not. If you pursue the mother to try and reconcile, you can lose the mother and the children. If you pursue the children and you never get the mother back, you have your kids. You will always be the father. You may not always be the husband or always be the boyfriend. I see too many guys, they're trying to reconcile and work it out. And they go to court and say, I'm just trying to work it out with her. And all of a sudden she's saying, I want a restraining order. He's crazy. Then you look like a psycho because you have no self-awareness of how stupid you look making that dumb argument. You screw yourself over. Too many guys have screwed themselves over by not using any damn common sense. The one thing I did have when I went to court, I had some common sense. Some people ask me, what evidence should I use when I go to court? All of it. What are you trying to prove? I'm trying to prove I'm a good dad. Bring all of your evidence. Text messages that the mother said you're a great dad. Emails that she said, I'm going to leave the kids with you this week. And then next week she says you're a monster and she needs a restraining order. Pictures and video. Pretty much common sense. I went to court when I mentioned how I went to court and the mother's trying to get a restraining order against me. I grabbed everything that she said. I had a birthday card from the previous year. She's talking about how wonderful I was and how loving and sweet I was. And then she's in court trying to get a restraining order. She signed something saying, because I was giving her cash, and one of my buddies like, man, you need to write checks or something like that, or have a paper trail. So I wrote something and she acknowledged that I gave her money and stuff like that. And then later she got mad. She goes, you going to take me to court or something? And what? And I said, I'm just doing that to keep a paper trail. Then next thing you know, she takes me to court like a hypocrite. But I kept that. So I had like 30 exhibits the first time I went to court. It's common sense. Most of this stuff is common sense. Everybody's saying, I need total 100% reinsurance that what I'm going to do, it's not going to hurt anybody's feelings. What about the judge? What about this? Go to court and go fight for your kid and then clean up the fallout if there's fallout. Don't go say, well, let me make sure everybody's happy with me and everybody's pleased and I don't hurt anybody's feelings and everybody loves and adores me and everything's going to be fine. And if you could give me a hug in the meantime, and then I wish you could speak for me in court. You don't need me to speak for you in court. Do the stuff I'm talking about and what has worked. You speak for yourself in court. But that will take work for you to read it and study it so you can speak it. Just like if you give a speech or an oral presentation or oral book report in high school. You have to read the book. Somebody who says, I wish you could do this for me, is somebody like a student in school says, we have an assignment to read a book and do a book report or a story. I wish you could do it for me, teacher. That's not how life works. You have somebody teach you so you learn a skill so that you can do it, and then you have to demonstrate and prove it. You have to do that with a job, when you get a degree, when you do a certification. Why can't you do it with your own kid? Where the hell do we get this idea that we get to skip regular life stuff? Nobody would ever say, I wish the teacher could do the oral presentation for me. Go read the book and put in the work and do it. The only reason somebody say, I wish you could do this for me is I don't know what you know yet. So I want you to do it because I don't want to put in the work. I'm too much of a lazy, cowardly bitch and I don't want to stand up for my kids. That's the only answer to that. So decide that you're going to be the king of your kingdom and rescue your kids from the traitor. The Lion King, Scar was his uncle. He was a traitor within the family. In your case, the mother, the wife, is a traitor and a Judas stealing your kids for greedy whore child support, greedy whore alimony, control of the kids like a prostitute. She thinks she deserves money because she had sex with you. This modern day child support and all that stuff is modern day prostitution. The only time that child support is legitimate in my eyes, and is still unconstitutional, is when the parent totally abandons the kid. But the government lied, and politicians lie, and feminists and Hollywood lies and says men abandon kids all the time. Women push them out to get control. Sometimes it's for vindictive vendetta, but they want that money. They would rather be in Section 8 housing and be on welfare and be independent of a man than have a man that they broke up with that they don't like anymore help work as a team to raise the kids. They want to be strong and independent because of the curse of Eve to want to rule over man. There's no sense to it. There's no rhyme or reason. Women just want those kids for themselves like a bunch of psychotic, narcissistic prostitutes. I'm thinking I might have got, unless I got recent comments. Um, I'm just looking for more comments. I don't have kids of my own, but I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, before I had kids, I didn't understand what guys went through. I remember a buddy of mine said that somebody who got divorced right before he got the divorce judgment, he had to hand over the house to the woman while the house was still his. He bulldozed his house because that guy built his own empire, and the woman came in and tried to take it from him. Most modern women are thieves. They want, instead of looking for a guy to provide for them, they look to extract and extort and take, like some narcissistic, thieving whores. And then they're going to go splurge it and blow it, and later on they don't have anything to show for it. And then they got to go find another man. Most women that I know that are down to earth and cool say all women are crazy. 100% of men say women are crazy. So the vast majority of the population says women are crazy. I used to not think that, but now that I see it, the vast majority of women in conflicted divorce cases, they're crazy. So I say at least half the men out there are lazy, half the women out there are crazy. So the overall thing in this video is just be honest. How to get, I answered that earlier, how to get rid of a bad court order. Somebody said, I'm so happy I'm single, don't have kids, don't got to deal with this. You know, the men go in their own way group, I don't agree with a lot of their stuff because they basically say, don't ever get married. It's understandable how they got to that point because men have been destroyed and devastated, but if boys are taught to go that route, then they'll just have kids out of wedlock because people aren't going to stop having sex. They should be taught is to find the right woman and not be so quick and desperate and thirsty for companionship. Build your empire, be a man, and then, like Morgan Freeman said in one interview, the women will chase after you. Build yourself up. Don't go looking out of thirst or desperation. See, the problem is, like Kevin Samuels talks a lot. He specifically deals with the black community, and they have the problem with the biggest absent fatherism. And he's, before he passed, before they probably killed him, he was passionately angry about the broken black family. And it was a white supremacist agenda to create the broken black family, dangle government cheese in front of women, and they took it hook, line, and sinker. They sold out. When black families, 80% of kids were born into wedlock around the civil rights movement. So, but Kevin Samuels would have women on there, and they got 2 different babies' dads and 3 or 4 kids, and they're looking for a high quality, high value man making $150,000 a year, and they're fat and out of shape, and they got nothing to offer, nothing to bring to the table. It's like, but they're having kids with all these thirsty, lazy bum dudes. So if there weren't those kind of simps out there just having kids and then not looking out for the kids or whatever they're doing, or letting the moms push them out, we wouldn't have this problem. But we're empowering moms to do that. And his statistics were like 50% of black men were single and childless. So there were good quality men, but it's like 20% of the men were making 80% of the out of wedlock babies. So the women were screwing the same loser, simp, punk little nobodies. And that's the dilemma. I'm dealing with the same dilemma. The majority of guys won't fight for their kids, but they cry about the system being overwhelming. Fight for your kids and help change the system. Somebody said mediation in court, file for mediation. If you're fighting somebody in court, going to mediation isn't going to change anything. The only thing that can happen in mediation is the nice guy or the nice person will surrender and give in. Mediation is a scam for the attorneys to sit around and make money, and your own attorney will usually threaten you. Well, you better settle for this because you're not going to get any better. Or I'm not going to go to trial. I'm going to bail on you. So the guys have pressure put on them. The guys have pressure to put on them, and they sign mediation under duress. I have a guy, I told him, dude, do not sign for anything less than 50-50. He went into mediation and signed off on like 4 hours of visits for a year or 6 months to 8 hours. And then he can have the kid overnight the next year. And then he can do this and that. And he called me up crying that he signed off on. I said, why'd you do that? He goes, I was in the room for 4 hours. And it was hot. And my attorneys told me he'd quit on me. I'm like, so you sold out your kid to make everybody else happy in that room? And that guy, he tried to vacate it. Then he went to the Court of Appeals and he went through a bunch of hell. And now he's going through hell because he gave so much power to the mother, because he surrendered. Mediation is not an answer. It's a scam. If you can agree and settle at mediation, you can agree right now. So give them an offer and see where they're at. Say, I'm not selling for less than that. Okay, why are we going to mediation? To pay somebody to watch us? I got a video on mediation. Why are we going to pay somebody to watch us argue? We can't come to a resolution now. We won't come then. I'm not settling for anything. She isn't either. But see, when you get on the offensive and you're going for full custody at trial and you're going for her to get a psych eval and an alcohol assessment and to complete any recommended treatment on the psych eval, then she's scared and now you got some leverage because you're pushing back, and then she's motivated to settle out of court, but you're not doing anything, so you don't have any leverage in mediation. Mediation's a scam. Somebody said yes, but men do that too. I'm not sure what topic you're talking about, but I'm dealing with 4 women right now who are getting royally screwed. They had narcissistic exes. A couple of them are on supervised visitation because they got railroaded because they were playing nice guy or nice gal in court. Whoever plays Mr. Nice Guy in a war is going to get creamed. If you have a a bully in school and you're nice to the bully and you give them $2 of lunch money instead of $1, they're not going to go away. They're going to keep coming after you because you're intimidated by them and give them whatever they want. Somebody said they're going for custody. Good. Okay, any chance to get a child home as mom puts a DVRO, domestic violence restraining order, on dad and takes the kid overseas? I kind of answered this question earlier. You gotta squash the DVRO, and there's plenty of evidence about women abusing the system and lying. Entire bar associations admit it. I have a link on my flow page to a 2-minute trailer for Divorce Corp. There's Harvard law. There's a Harvard law professor. There's lawyers. There's a celebrity judge on there. There's an investigator. There's countless other lawyers and judges, retired judges, who say women lie about violence in order to get leverage in custody battles. Domestic violence is hyped up and lied about. Women commit at least 50% of domestic violence and 60% of physical child abuse, and we're out here worshiping moms and single mothers. I saw there's some trolls in here, and some feminine beta males saying that, talking about men being abusive or guys get in this situation because they're abusive. No. Men are less violent than women. And if you Google Fiebert, Fiebert, domestic violence, women, California State, I forget what college it was, California, Fullerton or whatever. There's a professor who's done studies on domestic violence. He finds overwhelming evidence. He has a bibliography of like 280 studies and investigations that show that women commit violence as much as men. And that's just the reported stuff. We know that women hit on a dude, throw a pan at him, and the guys don't call the cops or don't do anything. So it's over-reported for women, and women love lying about being a victim. There's plenty of women who are family advocates and advocates for men with channels that say women lie all the time to play victim, and they're so delusional that they actually believe their lies, or they think it's okay to lie as long as they play victim, because in their emotions and feelings they think they can talk about it like that. Now, we all know that there are male abusers out there, and they're all punks who do that. I've never hit a woman in my life. The vast majority of my clients who got restraining orders on them never touched a woman or hit them in their life. And we got evidence from the other side saying that they would never fear him or whatever. But when the family law attorney gets on board, they coach them to lie. In that documented Divorce Corp, there's a lawyer who says there may be no domestic violence, but the lawyer tells them to make it up so they get leverage with the kids in the house. I have a defense against protection order packet in my store where I've compiled quotes from different articles and different lawyers in my area across the country. 2 different bar associations say that it's an epidemic, and it's more likely than not when a woman says she's a victim of domestic violence that it's not true. So more often than not, women are lying about domestic violence. So if she took the kid overseas, again, you got to do a Hague Convention, or just go find your kid and go get your kid, or move to where your kid is. If you had a kid with a woman, I mean, a lot of guys, they'll get a woman and they'll do her immigration, and they have no idea that's even remotely possible that the woman's just using him to get American citizenship. I remember being in high school, my sister worked at a jewelry store, and one of the guys that worked there, he was getting a mail-to-order, it was probably college, in my 20s, he was getting a mail-to-order bride. I said, that's a disaster. And I didn't even know anything what I know now. Guys are so dumb and naive and ignorant, and women are so conniving. And then women will expedite their citizenship by claiming domestic violence because they get to the front of the line of the visa lines and the citizenship process because they're a victim of domestic violence. The domestic violence is a free ticket to all kinds of stuff. So they lie about it all the time. You think there's people on welfare who ain't lying? So people who can get free stuff, welfare, citizenship, and all the benefits that come with it will get a domestic violence protection order. Northwest Justice Project in Washington State, they're notorious for helping women do that, who are illegal aliens or trying to going through the process. They'll coach them to get that stuff. And they get all kinds of funding from Microsoft and Bill Gates and all kinds of other people. But either if the kid's overseas, go get the kid, move there, or do a Hague convention process. My 2-year-old chipped her tooth because of neglect care from her mother. Will that help me in my war? I don't know. I don't know. If I said, yeah, it will help, that doesn't help you win. You got to go to court and present it to the judge. You have to read the laws in your state. What do the laws say? The factors the court has to consider. Tie it into a factor in the law. If you have to ask a question like that, you likely need a consultation with me. And you will always be lost if you're asking questions like that without a consultation. People need a consultation. You can't get a full answer on something like that. I mean, you want to present that to court, and whether you win or not, you don't want to hang your hat on that either. There's all kinds. So that question tells me you don't know what the factors in the law are, so you need to know the factors. So you haven't even started with the basics. You need a consultation, or you need to review all the law, all the case law that helps you. If you don't know what case law is, you need a consultation, or you need to do a whole lot more studying. But I can't predict what a court is going to do. I could have predicted the Patriots were going to beat the Giants in the Super Bowl when they had Randy Moss because they're undefeated. But that's why they play the game. You don't know what's going to happen. Anything can happen. You could have a corrupt judge and you have great evidence and a great case. I've had guys who walked into court and they were totally half-assing their case and they didn't do half of what I said. And they walked in and totally destroyed the mother. Or the mother settled out of court on 50-50 because he just got a little bit on the offensive. That's why I tell people, just get on the offensive. Like everybody wants it. And I'm not saying this last person that said it. People want all these quickie answers, but they don't want to do what it takes and get on the offensive. Your number one thing that you could do is get on the offensive and use all the tools, discovery, get on the offensive, motion the court, go on for full custody. When you lose, do a reconsideration. Use every recourse available to you that's proper and do it in good faith and make a good faith argument. And don't lie and don't commit perjury or violate Civil Rule 11. You have to do everything that you can. Just like the Patriots play versus the Giants. Like with Patriots are undefeated, the Giants were maybe like 10-6. There's no way they should have won that game. They came out and prepared. They weren't scared. They fought tooth and nail and they beat them. They upended the Giants. Buster Douglas beat Mike Tyson when it was impossible. A whole bunch of people got rich who bid on Buster Douglas that year. Like 85 or something like that. No, I'm sorry. It's the early 90s, I think. There's no way I can predict stuff. You have to go into court with every piece of evidence that makes you look good and makes the other side look bad, and you go all out and you learn and know everything. Just like with anything in life, you're going to have a final exam in a class, study everything. Don't just say, hey, if I learned the basics of plate tectonics, I should get an A. I should get an A on this geology class. Well, if you were talking about oceanography and mountains and landscapes and stuff, no, you won't. You can't. You have to do everything that you need to do. If you don't know what that is, you need to get a consult. If you're trying to get in shape and build some muscle, you need to lift weights and do some cardio and eat different. If you say, well, I'm eating different, I should gain some muscle. Am I going to gain some muscle? No, you got to do everything. But the rate at which you grow muscle stuff, you have to just go do it and we'll see what the results are. You have to do what you need to do, and the results are up to the judge or up to your professors grading your test if you have to write an essay, or it's up to your genetics and how things work out when you're working out. You have to just wait and see. There's no way I could give people an answer to what will happen in your case. All I know is what will work to give you the best chance to get something fair. If you do anything less than go all out, you lose. It happens in sports. It happens with a job usually. It happens in just about every area of life. With classes and a final exam, if you study everything and prepare as best as possible, you have the best chance to get an A. If you don't, you will likely not get an A. How old was your daughter at the time? If you're talking about we went to court when she was 3 weeks old. I got full custody when she was 7 months old. She lived with me until she was 23. You just have pictures of a chipped front tooth. Okay, well, if you're trying to argue that it's the mother's neglect, you need to know the rules of evidence. You need to be able to argue that stuff. If she tries to deny it, or if she tries to say that it's hearsay, you need to know how to counter hearsay. So you need to know the rules of evidence, how to present evidence authenticated at trial or in court, and you just need, sounds like you need a consultation. Somebody said, it's Mr. Clean. I love your products. That's the best troll comment I've seen. My baby's mom definitely trying to block my relationship with my baby. Yeah, she's a child abuser. Have you called her a child abuser? Have you used the statutes in your state to do so? Just Google your state. If you're in Florida, best interest, statutes, factors, child, you'll find 61.133. I have a link to it in my flow page. If you're in California, best interest of child, custody factors, statute, family code 3010 to 3048. 3020B is the most important one. If you go to Michigan, best interest of child factors, you'll get the MCL. I forget what it is. It's like 547 or something. Just Google that, read the statutes, and get them down. Learn Troxel versus Granville. All this stuff is in my flow page. Yeah, this is war. You ain't lying. So Juan Garcia says, we're not stupid. Stop insulting. If you didn't do anything stupid, I'm not talking to you. But you sound stupid by being sensitive about when I'm talking about guys doing if you are a quarterback and you're a backup quarterback and you didn't study the plays and your starting quarterback gets injured and they call upon you to come in and you didn't study and prepare for the game, you're stupid when you fail. If that quarterback has your mentality, he'll say, oh, I'm not stupid. Just tell me how to get ready for the next game. This video is entitled Be Honest. If you're making stupid decisions, stop making stupid decisions and be honest. So you're saying there's never been a man in the history of family court that I've ever dealt with that's stupid? You can shut the hell up, dude. Stop insulting us and give us the tips. I've been giving tips for years for free. You're a stupid jackass for saying that because you're sitting here complaining I'm not giving you tips. Go watch Judge Anthony, who will charge you $600 an hour. Go watch Dad Talk Today. Oh, he won't give any answers. He'll just whine and cry about the system like you're doing right now. Or talk to 50-50 dads. Oh, he won't give you any advice. He just posts horror stories. Go to the Father's Rights Movement Facebook page in your state. The court didn't want to see my contempt case. That's not true. You did something wrong. But you don't want to get a consult. So, I mean, what am I supposed to do with that comment? So you're saying nobody is stupid, and you're making a stupid comment, and you're saying just give us the tips. You have the welfare mentality of these crazy baby moms. You think you're just entitled to me just give you a bunch of free stuff. I already have free stuff on my YouTube channel. Have you watched that stuff? Have you watched my 3 or 4 videos on contempt on how to argue? I guarantee you didn't argue it right. You said they don't want to see my contempt case. Did you follow the local court rules? Did you obtain an order to show cause? Did you make a hardcore argument as to why it's a hardcore violation? You may have made a softball pussy argument because it sounds like you're really thin-skinned and sensitive because we're not stupid. Stop saying insulting us. Just give us the free tips. You want an easy, quickie, fast food drive-through answer. You don't have the balls to want to go through what it takes to do this. You don't even ask me what the tips you want are. So you're sitting there saying, just give us the tips. Here I am. If you ask me a specific question without having a dumbass comment like that, Juan Garcia, if you didn't have a stupid comment like that, if you would have just said, hey, I filed for contempt and they rejected it because of this, what do you think the problem is? I would have given you an answer. But you're one of the typical retarded, stupid, dumbed down, pussy, overly sensitive men that's typical in society. So all you got here is a stupid comment and you need an answer and you need help, but you didn't even reach out for help because you're so easily triggered. That's a beta male feminine trait, to just get emotional. Instead of, once I said I got full custody, I won my first contempt on my first try, and I didn't have any of this information. I got 3 or 4 free videos that have free tips on contempt, and your punk ass is saying, just give us the tips. They wouldn't listen to my contempt. You did something wrong, I guarantee it. There's a slight chance that you had a judge who hates your guts because of something you did before, and they just assume that you filed something frivolous. But there's ways around this stuff. But you don't want an answer. You just want to bitch and complain because I triggered you because I'm telling dads to own their shit and be honest. So here I am on here doing free stuff, and you don't even want to, you're so stupid, you don't want to take advantage of that. So you said we're not stupid. You just proved that you're stupid. Stop being stupid and get some real help. Damn, my gender. So you guys just sabotage everything. See, your ego's all wrapped up in it. You did something wrong. You lost in court. And maybe all along, you're trying to do the right thing. You're trying to be involved, Dad. Maybe you half-assed your case and you want it to be easy because I shouldn't have to fight for my kid. You shouldn't. But that's the world that we live in. There shouldn't be rape or murder or child trafficking. But there is. So there has to be cops and investigators, detectives to go after the bad guys. We shouldn't have to have cops. Everybody should just follow the law. So if you have this mentality, I should just, I have a welfare mentality, I should automatically get stuff. Just like you're saying, hey, James, automatically just give us the tips. You don't even ask a specific question. That's how stupid you are. This never ceases to amaze me. You just came across a guy. I already gave some people a free game about arguments in court earlier in the video. I have $50,000 worth of free videos. And your punk ass, ungrateful, bitch-made, thin-skinned, sensitive, feminine bitch ass is crying and saying, oh, we're not stupid. Give us the free tips. I've given you all kinds of free tips. Your dumbass should have got a consultation with me. And don't call me because I don't want to talk to a punk ass like you, okay? You just blew it. So go watch my free videos and learn what you can. Talk to the family court facilitator. California is one of the most popular states that I've dealt with. I've had people win contempt down there. I won contempt myself. I show you my winning order. And you come up here with some disrespectful, stupid ass shit like this. You typify what's wrong with the family court system. It's punk ass bitch made dads who don't want to fight the right way. And then when somebody comes on here with answers and I chew guys out a little bit for growing some balls and it's time to fight for your kids and be a man and stop being a pussy, you get triggered instead of just taking advantage of it and asking a question. The guy who mentored me, he had to be honest with me a couple times. One time he said, why did you do this? I thought you were smart. He basically called me stupid. And I took it with a grain of salt. And then I got information from him because I'm not a thin-skinned little bitch like you are, Juan Garcia. Frick out of here, punk ass little bitch. Somebody said white or black doesn't matter. Men have it the hardest in life. I mean, that is men in general if you compare the genders. Adult men have it harder than just about anybody, but you know, we do have racial issues and racial tensions that can't be denied. But men in general walking into family court, that's the number one thing that they have against you, or that you have against you, and they're going to discriminate against men. There's definitely war. Facts. My baby mama blocks me like I'm trying to talk to her about anything other than my child. If you have court-ordered conversation, you have joint decision-making, do contempt on that. Do contempt on her not communicating. Or because she can't co-parent, go for full custody. Somebody says how I can get a hold of you. Click the link below this video or go to my flow page or go to any of my videos on YouTube. The link to my flow page has one-touch buttons for my phone number, text messaging, or email. I submitted the Hague Convention app. Okay, so months ago, mom took the kid despite the court order not granting it. So I would do a contempt motion against her, and then finish the case if she took off with the child, and if she has a lawyer in the states, I would serve the lawyer a default to try and get everything because she took flight with the child and get full custody. That might even help even more. But I don't know all the details of your case. That's what I would do in that situation, knowing the very little that I know. JD, oh, somebody's talking to JD. I hope he gets your rights back. Your child deserves you in your life. And yeah, that mother's a kidnapper and that mother's a child abuser. Just think about, I have a video on the best interest of the child on my YouTube channel. Children need equal things equally. They need food and water. You don't give kids water and food every other weekend. You don't give them clothing, but only shelter every other weekend. You let them play and get educated. There's things that are equally needed for a kid, and we don't deprive them of that. The mother is depriving the child of a basic life need. There's nothing more important to a child than the love, stability, and security of a father, and she's taking that away, and she took flight. She's a child abuser. She's psycho. That child needs to be rescued from her, and she should be treated like any other child abuser or somebody that took flight that had a restraining order and got a Amber Alert or whatever. Why pay a lawyer? We could pay you. It's not just about paying me, but it's about paying me if you want to do a one-on-one consult. Like, I've had guys who actually watch my free videos and they got full custody, but they made it their life to fight for their kid. One guy on a podcast with J. Cruz Report in Europe, a guy in Chicago did a podcast with J. Cruz Reports. It's Report or Reports. He's a black dude who's now a bodybuilder. He was doing Father's Rights podcast a few years ago. This guy was on there, and then he tagged me. The guy from Chicago said, yeah, I got full custody. I watched your videos, J. Cruz Reports, and I watched that guy, what's his name, the How I Got Custody guy in Seattle over there. And I went to a couple court hearings to watch how they worked. I went to the law library and studied, and he got full custody of his kids. So it can be done. But you got to be able to put in the time, work, and effort. But if you get a consult with me, you will save yourself hundreds of hours of research. There's stuff that I did early on in my court case when I knew none of this stuff. This is why I don't give anybody any excuses. I knew none of this stuff. I didn't have a James Christensen helping me back then. I had two mentors that gave me this much information. It was enough for me to figure out a direction to go when I was totally lost. You know, if you're looking for how to get home and you're totally lost and your home is over there and somebody doesn't know exactly how to get there, but they say start heading that way, you're doing way better than if you go that way. If your home is north and you go east, west, or south, you're doing horribly. But I would, the answer was north. Somebody tells me to go north. But I'm sitting there telling you, go north, and when you get to this town, turn left and turn right, and then go look over here and turn over here. And then it's sitting on, I give you the exact address or whatever. I'm giving you way more detail. But even back then, I did not have anything but two mentors. One was kind of a hustler, so he hustled me out of $600. I had to redo all the paperwork that he did for me, but he still gave me a couple tidbits of advice. And then I figured out on my own. I'm giving you guys way more information. I got stuff in my store you won't find anywhere else. I got one-on-one info. I just had somebody talk to me, and he's had 3 lawyers, and I assume he spent about $30,000. So he had a consult with me for an hour and a half for $100. And he said, that's the best $100 I've spent this entire time. He got so much information from me that his attorneys didn't even tell him that were options for him to do. But then after that, it's not about you just get an appointment with me and pay me and then boom, you win. You have to take the information I got to go and run with it. Just like if you have a personal trainer, you work out with the personal trainer a couple times. The personal trainer doesn't work out with you every single day. They don't monitor. They don't come home with you and watch your eating. You listen to their regimen. They look at your body type. They get a plan for you. And you have to do that all the other 23 hours that you're not in the gym or around the personal trainer. So you have to take what I'm saying and go with it. How much are you charging? I have my rates in my flow page. Everything you need to know about me to get going is in my flow page, which is the link under every video. A first consultation with me can take up to 90 minutes. Everybody needs at least an hour. I have people who say, I have a quickie question, and that takes 45 minutes. And then that leads to another question. Nobody has ever talked to me and needed less than an hour the first time around. I had a guy who said, I just need 30 minutes. I've never had a consult with you, but I've done a lot of research. He did a whole bunch of research and he thought he would take no more than 30 minutes. We took at least an hour. And he knew a whole bunch of stuff, and he knew some stuff I didn't know. So, initial consultation is a flat fee of an hour up to 90 minutes you could take. It's cheaper than my regular 90-minute rate because I give a first-timer a little bit of a break. But you need that much time, and most people still try and go over it. I talk about how I get disrespected all the time. Every single person, almost every consult. We get to the time, I say, hey, we're nearing to the time. I got to wrap up. I got another one. And then we go 5 minutes over, like, I just got one more question. And then after that, they ask another question. I get disrespected and shit on all the time. 10, 15 minutes over. I got the other person calling, like, I got to go. Okay, just one real quick question. This is why I have a low tolerance for the bullshit. And then follow-ups after initial consultation, 30 minutes, $45. An hour, $85. An hour and a half, $120. 2 hours, $140. The average hourly rate goes down from 90 to 85 to I think it's like 80 and then 70. And then if you want a long, some people have 2-3 hour conversations. After 2 hours, then it's $1 a minute. So every time you add 30 minutes, the hourly rate goes down. Thanks for your help, James. Open my eyes and being a gang member does not separate me from my kids. If somebody knew, like, let's say you have, this is what women do all the time. Oh, he's a felon. He's a gang member. He's a jerk. He hit a woman one time. He's got a restraining order. He copped a plea to a crime. First of all, if I cop a plea to a crime, I think I've talked about this in a video, I'm going to say I pretty much copped an Alfred plea under duress if I maintain my innocence. That shouldn't be used against me. Second of all, this lady knew my record, and then she said, I find him a great candidate to create a child with. And then you turn around and say 5 years later, after you had a child, raise a child with him, oh, now that we're getting a divorce, now that we've broken up, now I think he's violent to the child because of his past before I met him. See how delusional and psycho these women are? And your attorney won't even go there and attack and destroy their credibility. You should be destroying somebody with a story like that. And on top of that, there's redemption with mankind. Humans are redeemable. We can get better. If you're a drug addict, you can get clean and sober. Why would some of these mothers want to eternally condemn you and eternally destroy the father-child relationship? Nobody in the world thinks like that. We always love a good comeback or a hero story. We place more honor towards somebody who's a drug counselor who was a drug addict and got clean and sober than somebody who's been sober their whole life. You know, I've never touched alcohol or drugs. I got alcoholism in my family. I have a great deal of respect for people who were addicted and who got straight and have been clean and sober. I think that's more admirable than me not touching the stuff. It's easy for me to not be tempted with drugs and alcohol because I never touch the stuff. It's way harder to live a life like that. But the courts will say, oh, we're going to punish you for that mistake. That's not me anymore. There's all kinds of great arguments to defend yourself and to make the people look stupid if they think, oh, you were a gangbanger, you're a drug addict, you need an alcohol assessment, a drug assessment, you need this, that. I've already went through all that stuff. Why do we need to do it again? I already proved myself, unless you're just trying to make money for the court system. There's all kinds of arguments for that stuff. Oh, sorry about that blue flashing light. I didn't notice it's kind of faint in the corner over here. Sorry about that if that's distracting to people. Dang, that thing's all in the way. But a judge won't let you have the kids unless you're jacked up. Read Troxel versus Granville, and then watch my video. Find judge has to make if you go to my YouTube channel among the main video, there's a magnifying glass. You type in a topic there. You can look at the word findings. A judge has to make finding. You can't. You said they won't let you have your kids unless you're jacked up. There needs to be proof and there needs to be findings. You can't get the death penalty unless there's a finding of fact that you're guilty of murder. They have to make a finding before they do something. The problem is the family courts all the time, they'll do something to find out if you did something, but they'll punish you as if you did it ahead of time. And lawyers never argue that. You should argue that. Somebody said this is war, man. F feelings. Somebody said if you work as hard on your marriage, I don't know if this is a troll or somebody, if you work as hard on your marriage as you did on your divorce, it probably would have gone better. I don't know about all that. Women get divorced on a whim. Some of them planned it out. Some of them always have somebody on the back burner. You know, most people aren't working that hard on the divorce because it's traumatizing to deal with it. That's what I'm trying to wake people up to grow some balls and fight in your divorce case or custody battle. But, you know, I don't think that's true at all. For some people it is, you know, for the people who bailed on the divorce, but usually it's women filing for divorce like 70 to 80% of the time. I don't know what the exact stats are, but women are the ones who want to end the marriage because they want to move on to the next one. The grass is greener on the other side. And now you have a whole generation. Everybody hates Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate and all those guys who talk about being a man and building yourself up before you get married and before you attract women instead of chasing after a woman before you got your shit together. Now there's a bunch of women who are coming out and confessing like, I hate this strong, independent bullcrap. I've been faking it. I regret career women. You know, I was really accomplished stuff. I regret being 45, 50 now, and I can't have a kid and I can't settle down. I was trying to prove to men that I'm better. Feminism lied to me and said, be better than a man, be strong and independent. You know, half the women out there didn't want the feminist movement. They enjoyed being at home, being a loving, nurturing mother, and they didn't want to be out in the workforce. It was a bunch of radical feminists, hairy-legged, fat, ugly chicks who couldn't get a man. For 100 years, they've been on the agenda. If you go to my link, which says The Case for Custody, The Case for Father Custody by Daniel Amnius. It's an online book. It's 400 pages. But in there, you can see him quoting feminists from the early 1900s. This has been their agenda. They've been working on it 100 years. And these fathers' rights groups, they say, oh, in about 3 months, we'll change the laws and we'll totally upend what's been going on in America 100 years. Do you think slavery got over in a month? Even when emancipation came, do you think everything was all better after that? They created a bunch of laws to lock up black people, to put them back in jail. They created a whole bunch of laws because you could have slavery if somebody was in jail. So like, oh, let's just make a bunch of laws and just round up a bunch of black people and they'll go back on the plantation. So emancipation didn't do it. It was the cultural shift. You're dealing with the culture of the court. During Jim Crow South, black people didn't get. You think a black man accused of raping a white woman in Jim Crow South got a fair hearing because of what was on paper, his rights on paper? It's the culture of the court we're dealing with. The culture won't change until hearts change, until judges are embarrassed for what they're doing. But nobody goes in there and argues everything. Everybody just dances around, the elephant's in the room, the mother's crazy and all this other stuff, and you won't talk about it, so nothing changes. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and the Black Panthers and other people confronted the racism of America, where people started feeling crunchy and started feeling bad, or they started seeing great examples of black people succeeding and being equal in the eyes of white people, and like, oh my gosh, I've been brainwashed to think black people are inferior and stuff. And the culture changed because people's hearts changed. The judges are corrupt. We need to go in and tell them otherwise and unbrainwash them. And meanwhile, guys need to get on the offensive and fight back for the people abusing the system against us and use the system as recourse. You know, whoever wins in court is whoever manipulates the system. If you have a prosecutor who has a rapist, they still have to manipulate the system to prove that they committed a rape. They don't just win because they're telling the truth. They have to manipulate the system. So women manipulate the system and abuse it to get a debt. You need to manipulate the system and use all your weapons and recourse available to fight this war. Helping fight child support for filed against my partner, not the bio father, but married with 300 days of birth. If I found out I'm not the bio, I don't know if he had uh artificial insemination, if he agreed to have a kid or adopted a kid or what, defaults to legitimize the birth, financial obligation after divorce. If you're saying, let's see, not the bio, but married within 300 days of the birth, all defaults to legitimate. Okay, but that's actually not the purpose of child support. So you're wrong. The purpose of child support is to provide for the child. So that violates the statute. But it's unconstitutional in the first place because they're getting in the middle of a domestic matter and say, you need to transfer this money over here. And you're obviously ignorant of the fact that the state and government make money off of child support. They never make sure that it gets to the child actually. They only care about that transfer payment because they make $1 for every dollar of order that support that they order. And they also throw people in jail for not paying child support. There's no bill in America that the Constitution allows you to go to jail for. The founders did not want debts did not want incarceration for debts. They did that in old Europe. We got free from that oppression. You're sitting here saying, let's keep with an oppressive system like the child support system. I'm a custodial parent who got child support. And it was barely anything. And it was just part of an automatic thing. The mother could have fought if she wanted to do the constitutional thing, but she abandoned her kid. So that's the only time I think it's legitimate. But it's still unconstitutional. You can't prove the constitutionality of child support. The government can't come in and say, you need to do the dishes tonight, you need to take out the trash, you need to pay the Victoria's Secrets bill, and you pay the car note and the mortgage. The government cannot come in the middle of your family domestic matter and dictate how you live your life. Just because you're broken up, that doesn't change the government's authority. You're obviously completely ignorant of reality. The fact that you're defending, that you're saying a non-bio dad should be paying for a kid that's not his obligation is asinine. You're supporting an unconstitutional law. If you lived 300 years ago, you would have supported slavery. Oh, it's the law, so it's an obligation, so it must be good. So you think 100% of laws are good just because they're laws? That's freaking insane. This is the ignorance the average human being has. Oh, well, everybody pays child support. That's just an automatic. We also automatically pay draconian taxes. We did a revolt in the Boston Tea Party because of a 1 or 2% tax. Now we get 20 or 25% taken out of our check. That's oppressive. And the government doesn't even use our money for our own country. And then on top of that, they're $27 trillion in debt. If you think about this, think about what a dumbass comment this is. If you loan money to somebody to pay a car note and you gave them a few $100s, and then they're down and out, they're out of work, and you did it like they have $500 car loan. You give them $500, and then you give them half of it because they scrounge out the money. You're giving them money for like 3 months, and then on the 4th month, their car got repossessed because they didn't pay the bill. Under your dumbass analogy, you would say, I'm going to keep paying them the money, and even though they were irresponsible with my money. The government, we give them trillions in taxes, and they're trillions in debt. That's insane. And you're sitting here supporting the tyrannical fascist government who's taking our money, and the IRS isn't even a statutory thing. Anyway, I could go on for days about that. That's a dumbass comment. What a sellout to your partner. You want your partner to give some of his hard-earned money to a kid that's not his. And it's unconstitutional. And you're saying whatever the government creates a law of is fine. Okay, what about slavery, Jim Crow laws? You're cool with that? What about when they threw Japanese people into internment camps? You cool with that? The Tuskegee experiment was legal for a while. You cool with that? Women staying home barefoot and pregnant, not being able to vote and not being able to have a job. You cool with that? Those were laws. Or there wasn't a constitutional provision allowing them to be able to vote and stuff like that. Some dumbass women in general be crazy. That's funny. Child support in America seems rough, to be honest. It's unconstitutional. It's draconian. It's over the top, and it's so random. They could slap you with, let's say you were making $80,000 a year as a truck driver, and now diesel fuel has gone up so high, you can't even afford to do that, and you can't make money, so you go and do something else to survive. The judge can say, oh, you used to work for this, so you should be able to do it now, so I'm going to slap that on you. You're making 50 grand, and now you got child support calculated 80 grand. There's no rhyme or reason behind, like, what that money is, just like there's no rhyme or reason behind the sentencing of certain crimes. Like, if you did some non-violent crime and you're in prison for 2 years, you can learn your lesson being in jail for 2 weeks. Why do they pick like 2 years? It's just random. It doesn't make any sense. It's a prison industrial complex. The child support system is a child support industrial complex. The entire administrative side of child support is totally illegal. It's administrative judges making judicial rulings for people we didn't vote. This country is we the people, and we hire politicians and judges and presidents to serve us. And they're doing stuff against our interests, and we didn't vote in, or let's just say we hire these people, we vote them in to serve us. With judges, we do that, and then they created this whole entity that aren't judges making administrative rulings. The child support also, there's no due process. A mother can call welfare and say, hey, my baby's dad is a deadbeat, he's not around, and she's living with him, and get all kinds of free benefits with our taxpayer dollars. I know a chick who has 4 kids. 3 of the kids don't live with her because they ran away because she beat the snot out of them. She's still getting $2,600 a month for a large 3-bedroom, 2-bath apartment. 1 child lives with her, and that child sleeps in her room sometimes. She only has to pay $250 a month. She missed rent like 8 months in a row. She got kicked out after $5,000 worth of damages. One of her ex-boyfriends broke a window there, caused some damage. He beat the snot out of her a couple times in front of her kids. She's back with that boyfriend after he might have molested her 5-year-old, she said. And she still gets $2,600 a month. She's a drug addict addicted to the pills that she gets prescribed from welfare health care. And she refuses to work. And she's doing prostitution stuff. And they kicked her out, and Northwest Justice Project came in and rescued her and said, oh, because she has 4 kids, she should stay there. 3 of them don't live with her. They live with the dads because she's abusive. That's our welfare system. The child support system is a welfare system to transfer money from men to women because supposedly men are all deadbeats, which is a total lie. The stats show when they find the actual dads, and this video is entitled Be Honest. Some woman's coming on here just lying. Oh, the laws are great. There's a financial obligation because the laws say so. It must be true. I just kiss ass to our government. I bow down and worship our government. We have such brainless, dumbed down, low IQ, airheaded morons. Oh, the government said it's cool, so it must be right. The government has a history of tyranny in this country and elsewhere, and we created the Constitution to stop it. And the founders created the Second Amendment in case the government tries to take over. And see, bad people, always in the history of the world, there's always been people who want to be dictators and take over. What do evil people do to try and take over the world in their little deranged mind? They get into government and positions of power, and they create laws to give themselves more power. And dumbasses like that come on board and say, whatever the government says, I'm going to obey. Because that lady is an emotional basket case who thinks, oh, there's a kid, that kid needs money, so my non-biological father boyfriend should send him money. That's asinine. That's no personal responsibility. There should be no welfare out there whatsoever. You had a kid, you're a dumbass if you had a kid with somebody who's not going to provide, or you had a kid with somebody else, or you cheated on that guy, however he became the non-bio dad. She had a kid with, that's her problem. If I incurred a debt with a car I can't afford, that's my problem. If I go out and buy some jewelry that I put on layaway, or I get it and I owe money for it and I don't pay it, I don't get the government to bail me out. But we bend over backwards. Oh, we need to help these poor women. They're being abandoned. Women lie and cry victim, and they're callous, calculating, manipulative psychopaths and say, give me, give me, give me. This guy won't give me money, so I want it from the government. So the government created programs to rescue women, and the government always gets stuff wrong. The government should not be helping out families. Families should help out families. Our structure, people are so freaking retarded, it's ridiculous. Our structure of our country is we the people created some people to work for us as our servants to build the roads, protect the border, go off to war if we need to go to war, and that's about it. And some dumbass airheads like this psycho witch is sitting here saying, oh, the government says to take money from me and give it to this person, and they're not going to spend it on the child. They're going to get their nails done, get a nice car. They're going to spend it on a vacation with their boyfriend, or they're going to spend it on setting up their OnlyFans to do some more prostitution while she has custody of the kid. That's a great, noble thing to send money, because emotionally triggered, dumbass, low IQ idiots who don't believe in freedom love worshiping the government. Anyway, I could go on for days about that. Somebody said I would bulldoze my stuff too. That's funny. Don't have a kid if you can't afford 18 years. That's right. My kid was unplanned, but as soon as I found out she's pregnant, it's time to grow up and be a man. And I decided to do that. Then she decides she's going to take the child away from me because I didn't marry her and she's butthurt. And her two fat, ugly sisters who can't get a man, they wanted to meddle and they wanted all to punish me. You know, one of the sisters was just mad that I got her sister pregnant. And another sister has never had a boyfriend. Now she's 50. Just a bunch of haters. Married 25 years. Yes, most women are crazy. And I know a lot of down-to-earth cool women. I know some single mothers who are cool. But the vast majority of modern women, like a lot of women say, have become narcissists because Instagram has, when they put on some makeup and shake their butt, they think that they're better than other women. Kevin Samuels said it really well. Look down about 2 feet and you have a vajayjay. It comes standard on all parts. Women are so emotionally triggered and emotionally. Do you know that the entire commercial industries target mostly women because they're easier to bamboozle and sell stuff? Why do you think women go to a used car lot and say, I need you to come with me so I don't get suckered? They're easier, they're misled a lot easier than men. Now, we get bamboozled and misled by calculating, conniving women, but when it comes to sales, they're easily misled. So you can have something that feels good or looks good or is a shiny car. And they'll go out and get a clunker or a lemon, but a guy will say, show me the Carfax. Let me see this. Let me look under the hood. That's not a good deal. If it had this problem before, it's going to recur. Like, women don't think for the long term. They're just thinking in the moment and the emotions. Now, that's good when you're a nurturing mother caring for your kids. The gifts that mothers have are great. But when you start getting out of your lane and you start trying to be the king of the kingdom and you're the queen, you're out of line and out of nature's order, and you're a total dumbass and you lost your damn mind because you're out here on your own. There's nothing wrong with the differences of women. Like some people said, I hate women. That's obviously you're a presumptuous, self-righteous, ignorant, condescending, God complex having Pharisee, because my life would prove otherwise. I just hate people who abuse children. And see, the guys who criticize me in the comments, I'm attacking people who abuse children and use children to extort and destroy children's lives and destroy empires that men built because they're a vindictive psycho. And you're mad at me for hating those evil women. Shows what a bunch of lame, non-thinking, brainless public school products we have in this country. She got the baby by him. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. A friend in Mill Creek tried to get, Mill Creek is up here, if you're talking about Mill Creek, Washington. Tried to get the charges dismissed over lying. The woman never showed up. She was a mandated reporter, served to show to court. Woman went on to say they violated the protection order. I'm not following that. If you're talking about a mandatory reporter making a false allegation, they're mandatory reporters. If they hear something, they have to report it. There's kind of a non-liability issue because they have a duty to report. So if it ends up being false, the person who made the false allegation is the one who has to be, who I would be pressing charges against or suing for abusing the process, intentional infliction of emotional distress, all this other kind of stuff, conspiracy to violate my freedom. The woman went on to say they violated the PO. You're talking about two different women. A mandatory report. A friend in Mill Creek tried to get the charges dismissed over lying. The woman never showed up. She was a mandated reporter. Okay, so the mandated reporter never showed up. I don't know who, when you say they and you say woman, you got a couple women involved, I can't follow along. If you say he, she, they, and them, people do that a lot. It's hard to follow, but Werder said I did better than that. I sold my stuff right up under her. Judges don't even abide by state law. Superior Court is next 230 to file is insane. Is next 230. I don't know what that means. Judges don't abide by, you don't go into court and ask the judge, hey, will you do this? And then they ignore it. You tell the judge what they're supposed to do. You present the law to them. There's a different way to do it than what most people do. You know, zealous attorneys who advocate for their clients go in and tell the judge what the law says and what they have to do. And it's called persuasive argument to persuade them. A lot of people just serve, oh, here's the facts of my case. Do whatever's best for my kid. And then we get mad at their ruling. You have to go in there and make a show in court. I just did a video where I talk about paint a picture. You have to overwhelmingly unbrainwash the judge and overwhelmingly prove your case. Okay, so now the person that was talking about child support, now bashing the ex-wife. So this is why I say you guys got to be clear, because you said that, oh, it's totally fine. So maybe you're saying that's the legal argument my partner has, that's a bio partner. I'm not sure if you're trying to get some help or you're just explaining to me what goes on. I've already seen I don't need anybody to get on here and teach me what's going on with the court system. I already know. If you're just here to tell me your story, I don't know what the point is. I'm on here to try and help people fight for their case. This isn't story time. This isn't fireside chat. If you have a question that you need help on, I'm willing to answer that because I'm sitting here sharing with people in some of this few free hours that I have. So I guess you weren't bashing me about child support should be put in place. You're just making a statement that child support exists and that's just the way that it is. Yeah, I know that. It's still unconstitutional though. I don't know if you're saying you're stuck with it. You shouldn't have to be stuck with it. But if somebody's going after me for child support, I'm going for full custody, so it's not even an issue. So I guess I got clarification on that. But if people aren't specific or they're jumping all over the place or they just throw something out there, you got to understand when you're talking to a total stranger and you make a statement, you have this entire story and you tell this smidgen of it. I have no idea what you're talking about if you don't clearly and concisely say what you're saying. Talk about it. So this is really a forum to ask one specific question with a quick answer. If you say, what's the meaning of life? Or how do I prepare for trial? There's no way I can answer here. If you have a specific question that needs a specific answer, you can ask that here. But outside of that, we're wasting time if we're talking about anything else. A Marine just out of service is fighting for a house his mom left it after he died. In most states, that should qualify as not community property. So it shouldn't be up for grabs, depending on how you can argue that. Mediation is for suckers. Okay, so you just said what I've kind of said. Most court child support is initiated by the state. Yeah, I know. But there's a way to fight it. But if you just go, there's a lot of guys out there, they think that the mother has custody because she has an administrative order of child support. No, she has child support because you let her have custody and you didn't fight for custody and you didn't say we're sharing custody, or you didn't take and keep the kid, because most guys who don't keep the kid and let the mother have the kid, they're a bunch of punk sissy cowards. They let the mother dictate to them. Guys will say, oh, I don't want to kidnap my kid. Well, why don't you call the cops on her? She's taking the kid longer than you want. Oh, I already tried to call the cops. They said it's a civil matter. I can't do anything. So your dumbass just said, I'm worried about the cops being called on me, but you already know you tried the cops and they said we can't do anything. But you're such a brainwashed, pussy-whipped little punk, henpecked little bitch that you think the law applies to her in a different way than me. You just found out the answer to your question. You're just scared of the baby's mom and you don't want to keep your kid. She says, oh, bring the kids back at 5 p.m. And you're like, but I had them all weekend last weekend. Bring them back at 5. I own them. And you go, okay, yes, master. And then when she applies for child support, she gets it. And you think, oh, she's got custody. No, the child support orders do not say we are ordering she has custody. It says she has custody because the dad is a bitch and he's been letting her have custody. And he's been letting her control him the whole time. And so now she's got child support. And sometimes it goes back child support all the way to birth because you let her have control instead of working. The first day my baby's mom was not working with me, the war was on. If you don't sign off on mediation, you go to trial. If you have a court case, every court case in the history of the world goes to trial. In the middle of it, you have motion hearings, depositions, discovery, mediation. But you don't have to go to mediation to negotiate. Your lawyer could say, and nobody should ever have a lawyer. You can do all this stuff without a lawyer. But if you have a lawyer, your lawyer can say, hey, are you guys willing to settle on 50-50? They say, nope, we're not selling for anything less than 90-10. So we're not selling anything less than 50-50. So we shouldn't go to mediation and pay $1,000. I have guys who spent like $1,000, $2,000 at mediation because all the attorneys and the mediator sat down. Mediator charged $400 an hour, and there was no chance of them settling, but they did it anyway. You got to be a dumbass to engage in mediation and know that you're not going to do anything. Do you go out and buy a product that doesn't work? Do you go to a car lot and the car says, this car is dead, the engine is dead, and you buy it expecting it to work? You know mediation won't work and you pay for it anyway. That's asinine. Some of this stuff is not deep legal mumbo jumbo. Some of it's common sense. And because we're lazy punks, we just roll with it because we don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. We don't want to stand up for ourselves. We don't have any balls. We don't want to feel uncomfortable. And we think our attorney is our slave master. You're paying them $400 an hour to work. If you pay a landscaper to fix your lawn and to edge it in an oval and you come home from work and it's in a rectangle, you say, what the hell did you just do? I asked for an oval shape of my front lawn and beauty bark around it. And they say, we thought a square or a rectangle would look better. It's not your job. Your job is to do what I tell you to. I have to live with this. So when you talk to your attorney and your attorney says, well, you'll only get every other weekend. I don't want to fight for 50-50. You say, I want 50-50. I'm paying you to work for me. You don't have to worry about the consequences of whether I can take care of the child or not. But we just let the attorney say, nope, you can't do that. I'm not going to try. You go, oh, okay, whatever you say. Attorneys told me you'll get every other weekend. I said, F you, bye, hung up on their face. That's why I don't tolerate anybody's excuse. Oh, I just let my attorney say this, my attorneys. Why don't you be the boss since you're paying them money? You would do it in any other area of life. Judges demand you go to a psychologist. It is a joke about money. Never sign anything. Even told a friend who married video signing a prenup over women later. Saying, okay, you should never do a psych eval until they prove that there's something wrong. There's an argument against that, but people just I got a guy who's doing a parenting evaluation. It's going to cost him $12,000. There's no basis for it, whatsoever. And they got a parenting coordinator to work out his visitation every month. The court delegated judicial power to a non-judge. And he's spending thousands of dollars that he shouldn't spend. But everybody just accepts this stuff without any argument, without standing up for themselves, without having any balls. You know? And people get mad that I'm passionate about this. You are wasting your money on something and you're getting conned. And I'm telling you the answer to get out of it and you don't want to do it. That's insane. You don't want to help yourself. Start right, finish right. Women falsely accuse men of sexual abuse all the time. Yeah, and they should be punished. But sometimes prosecutors say, if I prosecute her for her false allegations, real victims won't come forward. That's total bullshit. They can't be 1-900 Miss Cleo Psychic and predict what women will or won't do. If somebody's telling the truth, they don't have to worry about getting charges pressed for false reporting because they told the truth. It's all a bunch of feminist brainwash. Everybody has a spell cast over their head called feminism. It's Jezebel, witchcraft, feminism, curse over the land. Like that movie Narnia. There's a whole curse over the land, and then at the end, like Aslan blows his breath on everything and fixes everything or whatever. There's a whole curse over the land. It's called feminism. Everybody's a punk ass bitch, and we just give into it. That's what I'm outraged about too. But see, you know, somebody said, people didn't just think Malcolm X was angry. He gets a bad rap, even though he could destroy somebody in a debate way better than Martin Luther King can. People memorialize Martin Luther King for good reasons now, but back then, half the country thought he was an enemy, he was a radical, and he was crazy. Because he was going against the cultural norm and the culture of the day. And people didn't like it. But he had righteous indignation. He was outraged for certain, and he was friendlier than Malcolm X in some speeches. But most of Malcolm X's speeches, he got a bad rap. He was calm, cool, and collected most of the time. But those guys were outraged for a righteous reason. I'm outraged for a righteous reason. And people see, oh, I'm mad about it. And they don't wonder what I'm mad about. People are mad about sexual pedophilia and exploitation and child trafficking. Nobody says, oh my God, you're so mad, you got an anger problem. I'm sitting here mad about children being trafficked for money, alimony, the house and the car, and divorce, and the lawyer money. And there's all these pimps all around, and people are mad at me for speaking out against it. We live in a friggin' backwards world. And anybody on here that's criticizing me for being outraged about child trafficking, you're a punk, sissy coward, and you're a pervert. And you would never stand up for anything or any kind of justice or advocate for any justice for anybody. And you're a sick, twisted pervert, because the number one thing I'm here about is what's best for kids. And what's best for kids is a father to have custody. Children, the single mother experiment has been an utter failure for 60 years. All the stats and data show it. Kids who live with a custodial father do just as well as married families. They have as little rates of suicide, failures in school, and all that other stuff. There's tragedies in both scenarios, but there's 100 million times more tragedies with single mothers, because it's dysfunctional and out of nature's order, and women cannot protect kids. They can't give them male affirmation, which gives them self-esteem and gives them an idea how to overcome the world. All they do is baby them, spoil them, or neglect them most of the time. And even my good single mother friends say, I can't teach my son how to be a man. I can't teach my daughter how a man should treat her. Only a man can. They admit that. But all these delusional Jezebel witchcraft spell casted upon little bitches who give into radical feminism get mad if I say God's order or nature's order for the family. Domestic violence is so hyped up. Of course it is. Someone said stupid people fight. So when a bully starts to fight, if you punch back, that person is stupid. If somebody grabs your kid and runs down the street with your kid and is kidnapping your kid, if you jump them and punch them, you're stupid for fighting? Get out of here, you stupid dumbass. Somebody asked about my rates again. They're in my flow page in the link below. Um, Somebody said you're discrediting U.S. women that almost died at the hands of our abusers. No, you stupid, dumbed down, airheaded, moronic, brainless, low IQ dumbass. Nobody ever said women have never been abused and died. There's countless men who've been murdered by their spouses, or a woman set them up to get shot by the cops, or something like that, okay? I'm saying domestic violence is a lot. I didn't discount anything. See, only dumbass, see, this Natalia Garcia, she proves how stupid and emotional women are. So I love it when people get on here and they criticize me, and it only shows how stupid they are. I never said women are not abused. I actually said earlier, any guy who hits a woman is a punk. While I was talking about domestic violence. And this chick said, I'm discrediting women that got murdered. No, but 100% of human beings think men are punks if they beat up on women, or any bully who's stronger than somebody else picks on somebody and doesn't pick on somebody their own size. So this shows, Natalia Garcia shows what lying, psycho, evil witches the average modern woman is, because she didn't like me saying that women commit more domestic violence and they commit 60% of physical child abuse and that they're more violent than men. I said more violent. That means men have murdered women, and women have murdered men, and women have set up men to be murdered, but women do it more. Women commit domestic violence more. Because you're so retarded and stupid, you think that I said women abuse men and men never abuse women. See, women can't hear. They hear with their emotions. You say something they don't like, and they don't listen and process it logically. And Natalia Garcia is another low IQ, dumbed down, airheaded, moronic dingbat who misconstrued what I said. That's the problem with modern women. You can't have a civil conversation with them because they want to defend and protect their gender, because they worship themselves like a bunch of narcissistic egomaniacs. This guy's right. It's BS that Pearl took down an interview. Whatever. I don't know why Pearl took down the interview. The whole category of videos that was there, they were all like 10, 15,000 or less with the views. You know, she got like 2 million followers. But see, the interview she did with me, we're talking about solving answers to the family court system. Usually she has stuff where she makes a booty clapping whore look stupid, or a modern woman look stupid, and she shows and puts women on display, and guys like to see a woman get exposed for being stupid. Guys don't want to see answers like I was talking about, how to fight and win for your kid. And the other videos were kind of, I forget what they were, but they were like life solutions, and that's boring. That's not sexy, like, you know, destroying somebody, or, you know, the men and women, or Andrew Tate being on there destroying a woman on there who's a radical feminist or whatever. So she may have taken that down because they weren't getting any views, or maybe because, you know, the comments were too hostile, whatever. I don't know. But I'm not going to knock her for it, because Pearl is saying a whole bunch of stuff that needs to be said that nobody else will say, and she's taking a lot of heat for it. So I don't know why she did it. I'm not going to knock her. I appreciate that she put me on there and put it out there, but it just proves that guys don't really want some help in general. I mean, there's a lot of guys in there who said, James saved me in my divorce. James helped me rescue my kid. And all, there's a lot of good comments in there. But the average person just said, oh, this is great to see this guy is knowledgeable. And that's it. I didn't get any more inquiry. I had like about 3 or 4 people who called me because they saw me on Pearl's interview. 10,000 views, 15,000 views, something like that. And a few people called me. I told you guys, the average guy doesn't care. It shouldn't even be a war. Right. And we shouldn't have sin, pain, suffering, starvation, dictatorship, rape. We shouldn't have that. But it is. So what do we do? What do we do when a dictator takes over? We go in and destroy him in a war. What do we do when we have a war over our kids? You go in and destroy the person who's abusing the kids. That's life. For some reason, we lose this mentality that when there's a problem, we go fix it. How come we don't have that mentality anymore? How come it's like, oh, it shouldn't be a war, we shouldn't have to fight? Kind of goes without saying. My baby's mom is lying. She tried with me talking about she was scared for her life and I didn't do shit to her. One of my counters to that, you should watch my video on YouTube called the 4 H's. Hyperbole, histrionics, hysteria, and hot air. Women engage in histrionic, over-the-top exaggerations about just about everything because they're emotional. And we're logical. We'll sit and think about a solution. They'll sit there and think how it made them feel and they argue why they shouldn't feel that way and yada, yada. Or they'll exaggerate the pain because the way it made them feel. Or they'll slander the girl at the workplace that they hate because she said something bad about her and it's not that big of a deal. But there's a thing called histrionic disorder. I will flip false allegations on somebody. I'll ask for Civil Rule 11 sanctions, say they're abusing the process, vexatious litigation. In Washington, it's a form of domestic violence under RCW 26.51. If I'm in another state, I'll say some states like Washington are recognizing that abuse of the process and lying is a form of domestic violence. It's a form of psychological torture, intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligent infliction of emotional distress. When we should be co-parent. She's showing that she can't co-parent, so I should have full custody. And then she's demonstrating over-the-top exaggerations about nothing. She has the mental illness of histrionic disorder. So, I don't know if did you say you were in California? But most states have a factor of the mental health of a parent. She flunks that factor because she has histrionic disorder, a mental disorder. And she's proven it every time we go to court. Get honest helps. Women have bipolar personality disorder. There are 2 books on this I recommend. Are you saying all women have it, or? I think a lot of women have narcissism. Maybe that's linked in there, or maybe it's in the same genre, but there's all kinds of narcissists nowadays because feminism boosted the ego of women and took them off to, if you guys are Bible believers, the curse of Eve is that women want to rule over a man. They don't want to be a team with a man. Men submit to our boss, to a general, to a troop leader in the military. Men submit all the time to leaders, the coach on the football team. The linemen submit to the quarterback. Tom Brady calls the plays in the huddle. The linemen don't. The linemen don't say, hey, that's a stupid play, Tom. We're going to call this. Everybody. Robin submits to Batman. The police officers submit to the chief of police, who submits to the mayor. We submit to a chain of command, and then women are saying, oh, we shouldn't have to submit or let the man be a leader or a protector. If we're a protector in the home, we should be the leader. The goons on a hockey team are the ones who go out and fight. Everybody kind of gets in line behind them. The point guard or the quarterback or the hard-hitting free safety or Ray Lewis, a hard-hitting linebacker. People rally around the leader. It doesn't make them superior. They just have a role of leading. An army needs a leader to be structured and organized, but they need the whole army to fight. The team of a family needs a leader, and they need Batman needs a Robin or whatever. Robin isn't going to fight Gotham City by himself, but women think they're going to conquer the world by themselves, and they've never done anything close to that. Pearl made a great point. When they did one of those survival islands, they had women and men. Women quit the first day. The men had a campsite, food, fire, and everything. Bam. We built the world that women live in and the cars they drive and the megaphones they speak from and the platform they stand on to give a speech how men ain't shit. You see how hypocritical and crazy they are? They will stand on the platform and use the freedom that we help them have. The Constitution was put in place by men. The revolution was fought by men, not women. So they can stand up and talk shit to men about how we didn't do it. We don't do jack squat. And when they get a kid, they're strong and independent, and people worship LeBron James's mom for raising him or whatever, or she gets a mansion and he don't even know who his dad is. I got criticism from my friends on Facebook. That guy doesn't know his dad is because of his mom. She didn't even look for him when child support would have found him. She didn't think enough of her son that he needed a dad because she's so doped up and stupid of a skank hoe at the time. She doesn't care. But now she wants all the benefits of being a groupie of his. And she's getting them. Because LeBron James is a beta male that just worships his mom. And everybody loves their mom no matter what and will do anything for her. But the whole thing, he's mad his dad isn't there. And he destroyed the cycle. He's a good, devoted dad, but he's still got beta male issues with that bull crap. And we worship single mom. But what do most single moms do? Collect child support, collect alimony. They get free daycare. They get free health care. They get welfare from the state, and they get educational benefits. There's more women going to college, which is turning out to be a scam because there's so many bull crap. College is a scam, period. You can learn just about everything nowadays, except maybe being a doctor without the specialized training. We know law school is a scam. You could do your own law. I helped a guy get $25,000 on a malpractice suit against a lawyer. He hired a big dog law firm, and they settled for 25 grand. He spent 1,500 on the attorney. They offered a couple thousand, then 4,000. Said we feel bad for you. You screwed up, and then we wrote a demand letter, and scared the crap out of him. And 25 grand. That guy did his own lawsuit. And he was a warehouse worker. And I worked with him on the negotiations with the law firm. He got 18 times back his money, whatever the math is on that. Women are so strong and independent, they need all these institutions created by men to help them out. Women are such delusional, asinine, and we're talking about the women at the forefront saying all this stupid ass stuff. We should honor women for what they do in their role. Women should honor men for what we do in our role. Men honor other men all the time. You see athletes or people in that built a corporation. I couldn't do it without my employees. I couldn't do this. Men honor other men. Women don't do that because they have a role within the family. When they get outside their role, they don't know what the hell to do in life. They lost their damn mind. And then the women who actually become a politician, or become a lawyer, or a corporate leader, and they know all that stuff, then people are like, great and wonderful. And then when they turn 50, they regret doing all that stuff because they realize it's not fulfilling for me. I'd rather just be a housewife, or I'd rather have kids and grandchildren. Now I'm alone with a cat. Feminism lied, and now now the chickens are coming home to roost. And I love women. I got 3 sisters and a mom. I got a daughter. I was around, most of my friends were women. I used to get made fun of in the church I went to because I was the nice guy among a bunch of alpha males who played football at the University of Washington in our college-linked church that we were in. All the women thought I was a sweet, nice guy or whatever. But now I realize how and when it was time to go to court, half those women that were cool with me, they turned on me and they believed whatever the mother said about me. And they didn't even know anything about our relationship. And women talk about how conniving and how they hate being around other women. Women were made to be a helpmate for a man. Women gravitate toward a relationship with a man. Like they have a network of women. But the design and purpose of a woman is for a man. And he's the protector. And he's supposed to love her and be willing to die for her and protect her and provide for her. So there's a reciprocal relationship. And when women get out of that, most of them are unfulfilled. Now, the ones that are cold, callous narcissists who don't give a shit about other human beings, they don't care about just making money, get their Gucci bag or whatever. But by the time they're 50s, like Andrew Tate said, when you're 50 and you're at home with a cat, Andrew Tate had a great line where he said it was his mom's or his grandma's birthday. She was like 98. There was 70 people in the room, her children, her grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, and nephews and nieces. The room was filled with a bunch of people who came from that one woman. They were the fruit of her womb. And he said it was beautiful. Not one person asked, what kind of purse do you have? What kind of car do you drive? What kind of clubs did you hop to when you were younger? What kind of career did you have? She was in love with that moment because her family was there and the relationships were fulfilling. And people were looking to the matriarch of the family. I guess maybe his granddad was dead. Maybe they're divorced. I don't know. And Andrew Tate, even though he's told, everybody says he's a misogynist, he was giving props and praise, and they honored the mother because she did the greatest thing a human being could ever do and carried life that produced more and more life. And they honored her for that. And she didn't need another inkling of money, praise, worship, or adoration for anything else in life. And these punk ass raising up manly bitches want to run around and say, I could do anything a man could do. Nobody gives a shit. Except you in the moment of you arguing. Women are running around saying we want equal pay for the same job. McDonald's has never once said, we need a fryer at the frying station. $18 an hour for women, $27 an hour for boys. Nobody has ever said that. They're lying, and the whole world is under a Jezebel spell where people actually believe men make more money for the same job than women. When men work longer hours overtime, or they get a sales job and they produce more, they make a total amount of money greater than the total women make. They work part-time, or they work half the year, or they have other, they don't do the overtime, or they're not as successful with sales jobs as the average man is. They don't want to do the dirty, higher paying Jobs in the mud, or Mike Rowe's Dirty Jobs TV show. So men overall make more money. And so delusional, psychotic, evil bitches like, Rachel Maddow, that wannabe she, he, man dude. She's the most masculine person on MSNBC. She had a guy on, and she says women aren't making as much as men. And the guy came on there and said, I wish your knowledge was as great as your passion. He goes, and he broke down how men work different jobs that pay more. That's not differential pay, but we sit here and just believe it because we don't want to bother with a woman, because a nagging woman scares our ballless, thin-skinned punk asses. And we can't say anything because we don't like controversy or discomfort. We had a generation of revolutionaries and warriors that fought for independence from Britain and England. And we come down, we have the we have the luxury of the Roaring 20s, and then we have war again, and we still have kind of manly men, but then we have the hippies and everybody turns soft, and we have a bunch of limp-wristed, coward, gay bitch men held up as the epitome of a man in media and everywhere else. Okay, let's see if I got a million comments. There's a bunch of trolls here I'm just ignoring, so let me scroll down and see. There's still the same amount of people with me. The roles are reversed now, and it's wrong. That's what's wrong with relationships now. Yeah. And actually, when you look at all these relationship shows and stuff like that, men and women are at war with each other because women are thinking about how can I get the bag? How can I take? They're not looking for a provider. They're looking for someone to extort and extract from. And then they walk away and have all this stuff, and then they go to another man who beats the snot out of them, and they like that because that's more thrilling than a boring guy who's nice and provided, because they always need excitement because they're emotional. And then they end up lonely, and they're wondering why their kids aren't coming back to save them. And so now, because women are out here home wrecking and destroying families, men naturally are, providers, protectors, and territorial. Even if you have a knucklehead or somebody who's a gangbanger or somebody who, had a history of drug abuse and is clean and sober now, or they messed up their life, they will go out of their way to provide for their kid for the sake of their kid and take all kinds of shit from a woman. There's a woman who, famously disguised herself as a man, became a man. She was a lesbian. She was kind of butch, so she already looked manly. But she disguised herself as a man, and she said it was traumatizing to her. Now, they said she committed suicide later. She had other problems. I don't believe it was directly related to that. But she said there's no way women can handle this stuff. Women are so delusional. They get so privileged. They walk, like Andrew Tate says, women will walk on a $1 million yacht because they put makeup on that day. The guy who has the yacht, He had to work 30 years to be able to purchase the yacht, and all the other guys invited on there are business peers who worked and slaved away to get there. Women don't have to do anything to get something, and then when they suffer the slightest little, that hurts my feelings, they think they're going through hell. So now they're at war with men. There's a scripture that says, in the last days, the love of many will wax cold. People say that the word narcissist is overused. I don't think it is. There's a whole bunch of narcissists out there. The love of many, not just a few people, has waxed cold, where people don't have normal human affection, killing each other because of a color that they wear, wanting to destroy their own child for the sake of getting the bag or getting the mansion or getting the house. I have a guy, I helped him do his divorce, and he went to trial. He saved himself like $25,000 on an attorney, did his own trial, had to pay the mother. He was paying the mortgage and alimony and child support when he had an attorney, because the attorney had him sign off on that stuff. And he wanted to keep the house. She got the kids. As soon as the divorce was over, she moved out and sold the house. So he had to pay for his own apartment and pay for that, provide for her. And now, about 12, 15 years later, now she hits him up and wants to try and reconcile and say, let's just forget the past. The woman totally destroyed him, and he came back as a champ. And he's a good guy. He's a nice guy. He's a respectful guy. He's just a great dude. And she has the audacity to come back and say, let's work it out, and try and make him feel stupid, saying, oh, let's just forget about the past and move on. She's the destroyer, and she comes back. It's like somebody robs your home and comes back and says, hey, man, I'm sorry about all that. Let's forget the past. Why don't you give me your car and your couch and stuff? It's off the charts insane how freaking delusional these women are. And you know who hates these women the most? The new wife, the paternal grandmother of the kids, the new girlfriend, because they're not afraid of women, and most of the men are afraid to stand up to the women, but these women get sick of other women coming in and trying to destroy these guys' lives. He found a new good woman this time around. She's sick of it. Alec Baldwin even said that when he went on his little 1-year tour after his divorce, and he wrote a book and talked about how family court sucks. We keep looking to all these stars. Everybody wants Johnny Depp to speak out men's rights and all this other stuff. They're not going to fix anything, and they're not going to stick around for it. But Alec Baldwin said the most outraged people are all the women who are affected by the lives of the man who got screwed. There's a war between the genders, and the women, in the 80s and 90s and before that, men could be players and groupies would have to follow men around. But then women got empowered and emboldened by feminism, the late 90s, early 2000s, and they started talking shit. And then guys, the women were calling the shots. And so now that women have played guys so much, there's a backlash. So guys are doing men going their own way and stripping them all their power, just not giving them kids and not giving them marriage. A woman named Katie says, I can't stand a woman who thinks she knows what's best for my family. Katie says, I've been married to, I guess people are having a little gender war here. Some woman got offended that I talked about stuff. If a woman wants to be a CEO or a power bitch or strong and independent or whatever, and I'm just saying power bitch because a lot of women say that. Like they're out here demeaning themselves. They're so lost. They got pimped so bad. The child support system, the welfare system was thrown out in full force during the civil rights movement, because the black family was such a powerful entity. Black people had created Black Wall Street in Oklahoma and a dozen other ones across the country. And when you leave any group of people alone, they thrive and flourish. They flourish and multiply like we were created to do. You stifle somebody, and then they'll struggle. And black people were stifled for so long. But when you let the first generation out of slavery, black people had a 50% literacy rate. Linguists think that's a modern miracle that's never been matched by any culture in the history of the world. Because when you leave people alone, they can flourish. And then the black family was marching together intact in the civil rights movement. Black home ownership was up. Black employment was, everything was equal to white people after, coming right out of Jim Crow laws. And then white supremacists said, you know what? We got to fix this black family. We got to, I mean, not fix, but we got to destroy this black family, divide and conquer, you know? So what did they do? They couldn't keep blowing up black churches and stuff like that. They weren't going to get away with that. So what they did was they dangled government cheese to black mothers and said, here, take this, and you can raise your children without a man. And feminism came along, and there's a great argument that feminism was designed, first of all, to get women out of the home so the government could take over through the public school system and other ways to get at the kids and brainwash a whole generation. Second of all, to tax a home twice, because when women are so stupid, they went, let's go out in the workforce, and then they're giving tax money, they're doubling their tax output to the government. See, I told you, women get bamboozled. Eve was bamboozled. Adam wasn't. Women get bamboozled by a used car salesman. Women are the ones with the spending habits. Music is some of the most famous songs in the history of the world are ballads and things that cater to women, or corny pop music that women like and guys think is totally gay and stupid. Some of the most famous, a lot of rappers went from just rapping to love songs, and then they had a whole genre with women. JFK got a huge woman vote because he looked good and Nixon looked ugly on TV during the debates. Women get bamboozled by stuff that has no logic to it. If you want to buy the whole back to the thing, they dangle government cheese to black women and say, if you kick the black father out, you can have this and you can have that, and you don't need a man. And they're like, that's great. I want Section 8 housing instead of the nice house that we had. I want to be apart from him because the curse of Eve is I want to be in charge and I want to rule. A couple generations later, 80% of black kids don't have a father in the home. And you could trace almost every plight of black people in America to whether the father's in the home. So the white supremacist agenda worked, and the women took it hook, line, and sinker. That's a house slave move. That's a sellout move. That's a Willie Lynch letter move. And now Hispanic and white people are catching up because the welfare bullshit, women are getting enticed to do that. You don't have a lot of Asians and East Indians and Jewish folks doing that. But they're catching up. I got my share. The guy I talked to about paying the mortgage in the house and everything, and then he got divorced, and then the woman ruined his empire. Now she's coming back. That guy was Asian, but everybody else is catching up. But the whole welfare system and child support system and those things were pumped up. Welfare was already in place, but they really pumped it up to try and destroy the black family. Then the feminist movement came along to distract from the civil rights movement, because black families were walking and marching intact, and they were a threat. And now the black population in America is being superseded by Hispanics and Latinos. And there wasn't an attack on the Hispanic family. So black women did a disservice, and probably out of any community, the single mother is worshipped more predominantly. Like, we worship mothers and women in this society, in this feminist society, but in the black family, it's blasphemous if you say anything bad about somebody's mom or you don't give her props. If you look at all the athletes that sing about, oh, because of you, mom, I made it, and this and that. Bullshit. You were in the gym 8 hours a night. You did that, not your mom. Your mom pushed your dad out. There's a 90% chance. So, but everybody else is catching up. I'm just saying where it originated. And you can look at footage. I just saw this footage the other day. There's some black and white footage. They're interviewing some black women when there's the trend of single motherhood and welfare and stuff, like in the late 60s or early 70s. It's probably early 70s. It looked like it was black and white, but they had bell bottoms and stuff. And they're like, Well, don't you think you need a father in the home for the kid? No, I could do it on my own. The independent, strong. They took the bite of the apple. They got bamboozled. They took the sales pitch. They took the snake oil salesman sales pitch, and they sold out their children and the father and the family so that they could be strong and independent. Women destroy families more than anything in this country. Women do it for greed and for lust over the home or whatever fake, phony, little materialistic asinine lifestyle they want, and they walk away unfulfilled, but they wait 10 or 20 years after going through their whole phase or the grass is greener phase, and then they come back and realize, oh, there's nobody here for me. And you see video after video on social media now where women are regretting their choices. I can't find a man. I'm 40 and I got 3 kids and I'm divorced and I can't find a man. I shouldn't have got divorced. And it's all for their own individual, selfish, narcissistic, psychotic happiness that they got divorced or separated. If you decide, like Kevin Samuels used to say, he puts it better than anybody. You gave your womb to a man. You gave him the greatest gift you could give a man, a child. And then you shit on him and he wasn't good enough to have a relationship. He's good enough to have a kid and access your womb? Are you that much of a cheap piece of shit? Just think, you're giving, and actually it's the man that gives life to her dead eggs. The sperm makes it alive. When it's injected the sperm, then it comes alive and a baby is formed. Like we got that all twisted up too, like the woman creates life. No, the man created life with her and he energized the egg to start developing. But that being said, you know, women talk about all this oppression and all this suffering and all that stuff that people don't want them this and people look at them like this. They're actually projecting everything that that's what they do to men. Men are shit on by women and despair. We just don't talk about it. We don't react to all of it as easily. Beta males do, but we don't get as easily triggered. So you don't hear about it as much. That's why men end up being suicidal. Or you see the backlash with Andrew Tate and Kevin Samuels. And there's a great dude on I Am Mr. Let Go. That dude is great. He talks about how women are children and they act like children and they need to be checked like children to keep them in line. And you know, one like this one lady, this Katie lady, she said she treats her man like a king. He probably treats her like a queen, and they have a great team and it works and she's happy. Career women hate that shit. Why? Why aren't you happy with your stupid ass shit? And why are you shitting on somebody who's doing the greatest thing that she could possibly do in life? She's content in her role and everybody's happy. Robin is content. Robin isn't trying to be Batman. The offensive linemen from the Patriots aren't trying to say, you know, we ran the shit. We ran the offense. Now, the offensive linemen were a very important part of that team, just like the wife and the mother is a very important part of the team. But Tom Brady is the captain. You cannot have 2 captains to a ship. You cannot have, 5 CEOs. You have one leader. We have one general, and then people fall in line and they become in unison behind a leader. That's the way everything in life works. And women hate it because women are so psychotic. They want the family and children to be out of nature's order and totally out of order. You know, women are so stupid and men are so brainwashed that even the animal kingdom gets shit upon and lied about. You hear a lot of stuff about how the female lions do all the hunting. Go watch a nature show. You see plenty of male lions doing it. But on top of that, the male lions do something the females don't. If a predator and an outsider lion or a predator comes in to try and destroy the pride that's together, or tries to come in and kill the alpha male to rape all the women and kill all the babies they already had and create their own little lineage or dominance, the males protect that pride. Just like we protect women in society so they can run around and have marches and say, we hate men, F men. Let's see how well you do on your own then. Go out there and scissor everybody and then create a whole nother generation. Oh, wait, egg on egg contact can't create a child. I forgot. If you don't believe in a God, then Mother Nature is the real homophobe. You can't do this stuff on your own. And even if you could and you made babies, you can't. Women have never built an empire. Women have never protected men from invading men from another empire. Let's just be, again, this video is about being honest. Let's just be honest. The fact that anybody would argue with me, women are emotional and they will interpret what I'm saying that women are inferior and have less value than men. I never said that. Each of us have a role. The bigger, stronger person, even in a clique of dudes. Like if you the bully in school, he usually has a crew of a few other guys. Those guys are afraid of the bully too, and they befriend the bully so they don't get bullied by anybody else. But they're all in the crew, but he's the leader. And they all march in a pack, and then they scare everybody. But there's always a leader in some kind of group usually, or else the group just falls apart. If they're in unity or whatever. So anyway, and then people get on here. Somebody said something about misogyny on here and stuff like that. You are unscientific, illogical. You defy science and nature if you're such a dumbass that you think that men and women have the same exact role and women can be strong and independent. Why do you want to be strong and independent? You want to create a planet of the females or something? Why? Who are you mad at? Most of those women have daddy issues. If you watch the Me Too marches and stuff, most of those women are fat and ugly and look like they don't want a man or they could never get a man. And they're just angry and bitter. And they got daddy issues. Why would you want to be that? The down-to-earth, cool women I know, if they have a deadbeat, they say, I made a mistake having a kid with the wrong person. I fell in love, or I was, I had a case of the hot ass or whatever. I wish that my kid had a good father. The father was around. And they do the noble thing and they tough it out. But they still say these modern women are crazy. I have a bunch of female friends that say my baby's mom, she should have her uterus ripped out for abandoning the child and doing what she did. Because down to earth, real women don't discriminate when they call out bullshit. But radical feminist, self-flattering, narcissistic psychos worship Madonna or worship Jezebel and say, we stick together and we have allegiance to women no matter what. And people who call me a misogynist, you're a delusional idiot. I'm being actually nice compared to what the average woman says about today's modern woman. And again, the vast majority of pedophiles are the woman's new boyfriend or the stepdad that she invites into the children's life. 60% of females are child abusers. Women commit at least 50% of domestic violence. They commit a huge amount of spousal or intimate partner murders. So if we could all agree that murder is bad, abuse is bad, child abuse is bad, no matter who does it, we don't have to worry about gender. If you think that someone's saying these type of women or these type of, so we'll bash a man all day and nobody will criticize it or really care. You start bashing women and everybody's demons come out and they start manifesting and they freak out. How dare you do that? And they start screaming. If you're such a dumbass that you don't care about the person's conduct, you only care about their gender, then you've been brainwashed like the typical zombie, brainless, retarded sheep that the government wants you to be, because they want to divide us by gender and by race and by class. If we all dropped all that bullshit, and then when we have a racial issue or we have a gender issue, we just squash that and work it out, and we didn't have all these gender wars and racial wars and whatever the TV triggers us to do, we just follow along, they couldn't divide us and we'd be coming together and we'd be a big powerhouse and everybody could just stay in their lane and respect one another and live. But we got too many dumbass sheeple zombies that love coming on like this page and trolling and saying when James tells the truth, if he talks about one gender, I hate his guts. Because I grew up in a school system that told me women are victims and different groups of people are always a victim and we're always like this. And so I'm triggered like a bitch. All you're doing is just showing you're showing your true colors. Anyway, I'm going to see if there's any family law questions and get off of here. I see there's some debating going on in here. Looks like there's just a bunch of debating going back here. I'm just looking for family law questions. So again, you got to be honest. You got to realize, okay, this is a war. It's ugly. I had a kid with a crazy woman. If you're a woman who's a victim of a narcissistic man, I had a kid with a crazy dude. I got to fight for my kid. It's ugly. It's unfortunate, but I got to fight. I got to set aside a year of my life in this custody battle for the next year and deal with it. I got to own the fact that I didn't fight for my kids before. I listened to the attorney. I had my own sister who's passed away now told me, James, just give her whatever she wants. You'll have an ulcer trying to fight her. You'll have a stroke, whatever. And I said, no, I'm not. She said, I had two boyfriends that spent $100,000 on lawyers and they got nothing out of the deal and they got screwed. Just give her what she wants and save yourself the stress. I said, I can't do that. I will face my daughter when she's 18 and she's going to ask, where were you? I'm going to fight tooth and nail until I get something fair. So I didn't listen to my family. I didn't listen to Goldberg and Jones of Seattle, bunch of punk ass, fat ass, bitch made, gay little bitches who will pretend that they care about fathers, and then off the record, behind the scenes, they'll laugh that we have this moniker, divorce lawyers for men, and we got a turnstile of men coming through our office because we prey on that moniker and the desperate need of fathers, and they don't help them out. I did a video on Goldberg and Jones, a bunch of con artists, any other father's rights attorney. There's a father's rights attorney in California. He told dads, don't do a contempt motion. You'll never get the time back. I did a contempt motion. I got makeup time. He said you should only do a contempt if it's dealing with money. What's the only contempt motion in family law for the most part that they deal with money? It's child support. So the father's rights dad is saying the only good contempt motion is a child support one. All these guys are sellouts. They're house slaves. They're whatever, Uncle Tom type, whatever term you can use as a sellout toward what they should be fighting for, what they claim to be fighting for. They're lying. There is no father's right. What's that national group? There's a national group of a father's rights law firm and set of networks. I forget. It's the same name. It's like two brothers or something. But they have a network. They're a bunch of sellouts. They say they're a father's rights law firm. They're not. Bender and Bender. No. Gosh, what's their name? I'm thinking of a law firm named Bender in Seattle. Legal Shield is a scam. The lawyers that they refer, you pay $40 a month for Legal Shield, and when you need a lawyer, they'll pay your retainer. Think about it. Lawyers who are desperate for clientele will go into Legal Shield's network. There's another divorce lawyers for men law firm I did a video on in Washington. They have a bunch of lawyers in their network. One of the lawyers in their network beat the snot out of his own daughter, and he's restrained from his daughter, and he's a lawyer in their network. The lawyers that are in Legal Shield's network or other networks, they're getting a cut of whatever you pay them. So they're probably upping their rate for you because they have to pay the fee to the network people that referred them. If you can't win off of your reputation a bunch of clients or get a bunch of clients, and you have to go through a network like Legal Shield, that's the bottom feeders. Gosh, I'm trying to think of the name. Maybe some of you know the name of that national law group that's supposedly a father's rights group. It's like Johnson and Johnson, but it's not Johnson, but that's the name of the law firm. They pretend to be father's rights men, but anyway, there's no father's rights lawyers out there. That's all a big scam. Don't believe that stuff. Okay, looks like I don't have any family law questions. So, okay, let me address this. Some stupid idiot named AGXRYT says, get some therapy. You're projecting your experiences onto all women. I just got, so he says my man, so that must be a dude, and he's got a lot of feminine energy. I'm making up statistics. The statistics of 60% of child abusers are mothers. That's the government's own statistics. DSHS, it's been consistent for a decade or two. The statistic about women commit 50% of domestic violence. That's, gosh, I think his first name is Steven. His last name is Fibert, Fibert. I gave you a reference to 280 scholarly papers or studies in his bibliography. Who else? Where? See, stupid jackasses like the guy I'm talking about. He says I'm projecting and I'm saying all women are like that. I just got done saying not all women are like that. I talk about down-to-earth, cool women that I know. The majority of women are crazy. Modern women are crazy. But see, this jackass is the epitome of our dumbed-down, moronic, airheaded, Generation X and millennials who can't think and can't listen. I'm not projecting anything. I got burned by my baby's mom, but I didn't get hurt by her because I didn't want to be with her because I realized how crazy she and her family were. All I wanted to be was an involved dad. And she came to court and did what she did. I've dealt with 25,000 cases since 2001. And I'm seeing firsthand how women operate. And this stupid jackass who I just mentioned, who said I'm projecting onto my own problems. See, my sister would, and the reason why I don't tolerate stupidity and airheaded, effeminate men like this guy who said, my man, oh, you're just projecting, get some therapy. I'm talking about thousands of cases I saw firsthand, plus all the studies and scholarly things that it's easy for a punk ass, dumbass, airheaded, feminine, easily triggered critic like that to say, oh, you're just projecting. You don't have any statistics or studies. And I just mentioned some studies, and you're not talking about any statistics. This is our non-thinking generation. This is why our country's in trouble. We got a whole generation of millennials who are just stuck on their phone. All they get fed with is entertainment and TikTok. They don't read anything, study anything. Then somebody comes with studies. They say, oh, I don't believe that. I love dudes who are loyal friends or a man's man. I love women who are loyal, down to earth, and cool and friendly. I don't have to be everybody's friend, but I can call a spade a spade. And see, what's funny is that the punk ass bitch who just said that and said I needed therapy, I got men complaining that I criticize men. And then this guy is complaining that I'm projecting and criticizing women. I'm an equal opportunity offender. If you're a punk ass bitch or a manipulative narcissist, I'm working with 4 women right now, you stupid dumbass. I'm working with 2 women who are on supervised visits that got railroaded and scammed by the courts. Go watch Divorce Corp. They have stories of women getting screwed too. Now, they overdid it because they wanted to say, oh, it's between both genders. It's like this. It's kind of like, in Jim Crow South, 90% of innocent prisoners in jail were black folks because they were getting railroaded because of the culture of the day. The people who are getting screwed in family court are 90% men. But there are women who are getting screwed really bad because they're trying to be nice and the guys were setting them up. I'm dealing with somebody who has a baby's dad who's a sex offender getting access to their kid for some crazy reason. A judge actually had the audacity to let him have access to the kid. There's a bunch of men that I hate out here. Donald Wayne Farrell, that attorney, that my baby's mom's attorney. I told you that he would lose cases on purpose and coerce women to come live with him because they were broke and destitute after he forced them to be broke and destitute. And then he had them work off their bill. That guy has a modern day slave operation. See, my sister with Down syndrome is smarter than most of you emotionally triggered dudes like the one I just mentioned who said I needed therapy. He's probably off of here now. But just for the people who want to criticize me, no, I know some of you are trolls doing this just for the fun of it, but some of you think you're actually serious and actually making a point. You're just showing how stupid you are. And people are thinking I'm getting pulled over because there's a parking lot light flashing in the background. But anyway, you get my point. So I can't find the guy, whoever his name was, whatever, Fruity XY something, whatever, fruity little beta male saying I'm projecting and I'm saying onto all women. I didn't say all women. I said most. It's based on a poll of watching 25,000 cases. How many thousands of cases of family court do you have where almost all the women are cool? I'm going off of personal experience, scientific study, investigations, scholarly papers, and then you come in and just say, oh, you're full of it. That's your average millennial, publicly educated troll idiot. Okay, so here's a family law question, then I'll get off after this. Jake says, I'm currently going through a bad custody battle. I got remarried and ex is pissed about it, but also that's another thing that women do way more than men. You get a new girlfriend, they don't want the kid around the new girlfriend. But she can have a child molester in her home. And if you think that I'm crazy or a misogynist, look at all these women like Pearl and other women out there saying we're sick and tired of all these misogynist women destroying families. And they're really going against other women because they're shitting on women who just want to be a housewife or don't want to work and want to be a loyal girlfriend. I got remarried and ex is pissed about it, but also my new wife screwed me also and made me look bad. My mother is living with my ex. I'm under attack. Well, it's time to get on the warpath. You need to get a consult. The only way to fight fire is with fire. If somebody's lying in court, you can almost always easily prove them wrong or destroy them through the discovery process. Have you done a deposition on the mother? Do you have an attorney? I got a guy who did a deposition over here in Washington. He destroyed the mother's credibility. And now the guardian ad litem is on his side. Why? Because he got on the offensive. Get on the offensive. You say it looks like you're surrounded by 2 or 3 women. I was surrounded by 6 or 7 in my court case. My baby's mom, her coworker, her 2 sisters. A girl I dated before that my baby's mom wanted to kill. So she had to go in and make up for dating me. And so their relationship is wonderful now because they tag team me. And then this puppy dog friend of theirs that followed them around and did whatever they said. A couple other people. And then the court, the 2 guardian lions I had, the opposing attorneys I had. I was outnumbered 10-1. What's your excuse? Get on the offensive and go to war. If you need some help, get a consultation. I know it's aggravating. I'm not shitting on that. But somebody is attacking you. There's a gun lying in your house and you got 3 people shooting at you. You're like, oh my God, they're shooting at me. There's 3 of them. I might get killed. I might get this. And you're dancing in the window, looking outside. I can't believe this. Go get your gun and pick it up and shoot back. I'll leave it with that. Make sure there's no more family law questions. Okay, here's another one. I'm going through a divorce as we speak. Need prayers for this troubling time. My 2 kids get hurt more than anyone. Lawyers win and we both lose. You should never have a lawyer. Do it yourself. Get on the offensive. Go to war without a lawyer. That's what my whole page is about. I got full custody. My page is called How I Got Custody. If you're losing, you should talk to a winner. This is not rocket science. I won in court. You're losing, you're getting screwed. Learn how to fight without an attorney, or if you're going to keep a lawyer, get a consult with me to learn how to light a fire under your lawyer. Somebody made a comment about Generation Z because I was talking about millennials. So Squishy comes in with some dumbass. Pretty sure the saying is don't fight fire with fire. I'm talking about what works from my experience in family court. I don't care what your stupid ass interpretation of a cliche is. I'm telling guys what to do and what wins. If you want to come with some feminine punk ass advice, because that's not the cliche. So what? I'm here helping guys rescue their kids from narcissistic crazy moms and vice versa. So, okay. Looks like that's about it. So be honest and do something about it. Once you're honest, I'm losing. I need help. Let me get James's help. I'm not fighting right. I need to fight right. I'm letting my lawyer dictate stuff. I let the mother punk me, and I'm going into court being nice toward a narcissistic bully my baby's mom is abusing my kids. I need to rescue the kids. Some of the complaints are, oh, it's so hard and everything's so hard. You're the superhero in this movie, and you're waiting on everybody else to rescue your kids. You're the superhero. You go rescue your kids. You grow some balls. You learn how to fight. You get an appointment with James and learn everything you need to know to fight, and then go do it. But you need to be honest. I'm the superhero. My lawyer doesn't give a shit. The judge doesn't care. The guardian ad litem doesn't care. The parenting evaluator doesn't care. The psychologist doesn't care. Baby's mom doesn't care. My family doesn't care. They want to stay out of it. They want to stay neutral. Nobody gives a shit about my kids except me. So if that's the case, go rescue your kids. And the best thing that you can do is get an appointment with me. If you don't, watch all of my free videos and then study your ass off and make this your life to fight for your kids. Everybody talks shit about, I'll die for my kids or do anything. And then when they have a family court case, oh my God, my baby's mom, it's hurting my feelings. I got to quit on my kids. Go to war. Be honest. Go to war.